Is it you,
Okay.
Margaret? Are you here, Smeggy? It's me, Margaret.
It's not Margaret. My name's not Margaret.
Oh, isn't that like some book or something? Oh, some like teen girl book or something. Like, hey God, it's me, Margaret, or something.
So what happened? Um,
I don't have any idea. I mean, I know. Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret. That's what it's called.
okay.
1970s book categorized as a young adult novel about a sixth grade girl who's grown up. Oh my. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess when like the second time my computer like crashed or whatever, when I had to close out and come back, when I did come back, it apparently was off air since then. It said live on my
Oh.
screen for a while. So,
Well, when Smiggy and I was talking there for a while, I did notice that mine set off the air.
hmm.
We finished our conversation, and then we kind of both left.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, I came back to the thing, and especially when it's off air and when everyone leaves, it will say like just waiting for someone to join the room or something. So I was like, oh, the guys must have left. But like when it's still live, it doesn't say that necessarily. It just, it'll just be just my icon by itself. But like I can still sit there and talk to people. So that's when I noticed, oh, it's off air. So I started up this new one. Are you there, Smeggy? It's me, Flippy. What's that? A young adult
Well, and even
novel
after,
about a boy discovering that he's actually a panda. Anyways, sorry.
because even after you left, then Night Strike and Mr. Knives jumped in, but they never could say anything.
Hmm. Well, that might just be their thing or whatever. That shouldn't have a problem with the room. I don't know. Whatever. It seems to be working for now.
Well,
I
hopefully I
really
didn't
want to
cause
watch
you any
this video on
problems.
YouTube. It posted 4 minutes ago. It's called "What Did Dinosaurs Taste Like?" That's a good question. So I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna think they taste similar to like chicken ish. Because right, dinosaurs turned into birds.
Sitting around wondering what dinosaur meat might have tasted like. Well, chances are you've actually eaten dinosaur meat recently. Technically, birds are dinosaurs. If you look at bird skeletons, they look remarkably similar to dinos. And over the centuries, paleontologists have found lots of fossils, from Archaeopteryx to Ornithomimus, that suggest modern birds are direct descendants of dinosaurs. Because biologists classify things based on relatedness, that makes pigeons, falcons, and every other modern bird a living dinosaur. So that chicken pot pie you had last night, or those game day buffalo wings, that's all delectable dino. In fact, you could say that dinosaur is actually the most popular meat in America. Of course, when most people think of dinosaurs, they mean the extinct non-avian kind. So would those dinosaurs have tasted like chicken? Well, even among birds today, there's quite a range of flavors. Chicken is different from turkey, turkey is different from duck, there's even emu. A lot of different factors could have affected the flavor of food. The meat,
Emu.
after all, is muscle, and muscle fiber comes in two varieties. Slow twitch fibers are what we know as red or dark meat. They're used for lower intensity, longer duration activities like walking around. The dark color comes from a protein called myoglobin, which binds iron and supplies oxygen to these constantly hungry muscles. Fast twitch fibers, on the other hand, make up white meat, and they're used for occasional bursts of intense activity, like a chicken using its breast muscles to flap its wings. Because these fibers really only need energy every now and then, they rely on glycogen, a stored form of sugar, and they don't have as much myoglobin. So
Oh, I scared Dusty away.
muscle isn't worked out as much, so it's more tender.
He doesn't like
Has less
science.
flavor. Dinosaurs would have different amounts of white and dark meat depending on their lifestyle. An herbivore like Brachiosaurus that was constantly on the move in search of food might be heavy on the dark meat, while a predator that specialized in sudden bursts of movement like a velociraptor would have had more white meat. What an animal eats also has a big effect on how it tastes. Think of the difference between a burger made from grass-fed cows and one made from cows raised on grain. There were a few green-eating dinosaurs and lots of others dined on plants, so you would have had your pick. Back in the Mesozoic, dinosaurs were usually usually the ones chomping down on mammals, but you would have had at least one fellow dino diner. In 2005, researchers discovered a fossil of an opossum-sized mammal that had the remains of a baby dinosaur in its gut. So even if we can't pinpoint the exact flavor profile of dinosaur meat now, rest easy knowing that your ancestors had a pretty good idea. Thanks for asking, and thanks especially to all of our patrons on Patreon who keep these answers coming. If you'd like to submit questions to be answered, go to patreon.com/scishow. And don't forget to go to youtube.com/scishow and subscribe.
Here's a fun connection.
Interesting. Like I said, though, I guess Dusty doesn't like science. Or maybe he doesn't believe in dinosaurs. Maybe he's one of them peoples. The Earth is 6,000 years old. Dinosaur bones are fake. I got 4 people listening to me talk about dinosaurs. That's interesting. You should click the button. Clicky, clicky the linky. I'm just going to go back to watching X-Men.
Smeggy left in there all alone? Yeah. It's underneath that. I opened it. I didn't realize it was you. And Social Security sent me a letter wanting me to go back to their doctor. Call them in and say, "Why are you doing it?" The doctor said, "What? I had a heart attack." Basically, they said, "Can't pay nothing until you clear that."
Hey, Tony, how's it going?
Another day, another dollar.
Cool. You make $1 a day? That's awesome.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay then.
I just got back from the range, burning a bunch of ammo.
Oh, very cool. What'd you shoot at the range?
9mm 22 rifles to check them back out, and 44 Magnum revolver. I borrowed what I wanted for deer hunting to try it out, and ended up buying it.
Oh, I see. So it's a rent-to-own scheme there, eh?
No, they wouldn't let me shoot a brand new gun without buying it. They said, once you shoot it, it's used. I'm like, well, I know I want it. I just want to be able to be sure that I can hold on to the damn thing. But it works very well. It's manageable, really, really accurate. Surprised me how well I did with that, considering I haven't handled one ever.
What was that?
Ruger Super Blackhawk Hunter.
Super Blackhawk. Okay. Yeah, I thought I remember you were talking about the Red Hawks or the Blackhawks or something or other. But yeah.
Well, you know, the Red Hawk's a couple $100 more, so you know, I'm like, well, that I wouldn't mind being able to use speed loaders in it, but I'm actually not going to use the gun as an everyday carry, so it's mainly for hunting. So I don't need the Red Hawk. The Black Hawk is perfectly acceptable.
Now, does that have iron sights, or is it like the flat top where you can put a scope on it?
It's got iron sights, plus you can put a scope on it. The Hunter's got the full rib and heavy barrel, heavier barrel. And at about 20 yards, it's exceptionally accurate, just free-handed. But it's rather heavy, and I'm not used to that part. I couldn't hold it for more than, 10, 15 seconds before I'd start to shake if I didn't shoot right away.
Do you think that might cause a little problem for hunting?
Nope.
Or you're just going to pull up and blast them, huh?
Oh, I have to exercise a little bit with it. Like I said, I have never held one that heavy before. Or if I have, it's been long enough I don't remember it. Because I don't know, it's probably 5-6 pounds. And I fired it like 30 times before my wrist said that's about enough for today. So I'm happy.
Well, very cool. It's always nice to see people getting new guns.
I was pleased with my 22s. They were both still on target, which I didn't think they were. So it wasn't the gun's fault that I missed the last squirrel I tried to shoot. It was mine. And my 9mm, my Sigma, worked really well today. I found that it's really accurate with some relatively upper end hot loads. I was able to put 33 rounds in about a 4-inch group at 10 yards rather quickly. So I was pleased with that. It shoots a little low, but I knew that. The goofy things shot lower since I got it. I have to remember to compensate for that part, but I just didn't think about it. And I only had one misfire, had a primer that didn't go, and I had one that didn't have a primer in it somehow, so I'm not sure how that came to be. I don't see a primer in the package with the ammo, so evidently one slipped. The Future and Son-in-law's 380s, we loaded 2 light. They wouldn't cycle the action on his gun, but they were extremely accurate. The most accurate thing he's ever run through it. But I think that's because he's got a, whatever the Glock 42 or 43, whichever one of them two is, a 380. And I think you start putting a little snappier loads in it, it's hard to hold. So we're going to have to experiment with making a load that's just a little bit heavier to cycle the action and still keep it light enough that it's real controllable. For plinking purposes, if he starts loading stuff for protection, it'll be up there towards the top end of what 380s will take. It's funny, I had that Ruger out there at the line, and he's puts his target out 5 yards, and I run that Ruger out 20 yards. And he walks over behind me, and he looks, and he said, "Are you kidding?" I said, "No, man, this is a hunting gun. That's the whole idea. You know, I ain't going to get up personal with a deer to shoot it, I don't think." We loaded up some fairly light 44 loads, probably more close to 44 special loads, and they were superb accuracy wise. Probably not enough for hunting, but if I was going to plink, that's probably a load I would consider because it's good.
Yeah, as long as you use your hunting load every once in a while to make sure you're still on target with that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, I can see the sights real well, which was why I was looking for the long-barreled revolver, so I could use it and not be screwed over with my astigmatism. Because right out there about the end of my concealed carry gun length is where my vision decides whether I need my glasses on or not.
Yeah, my vision's screwed up close, far away, and everything in between. So,
according to the eye doctor, I got really good vision up close, which I asked him why the hell I can't read small print then, but he said that's just age. But I have center vision astigmatism in both my eyes, and my distance out about 2.5 feet starts getting fuzzy. And if I have my glasses on, I can see the target well, and can't see the sight on my carry gun because my glasses screw up my vision there. But with this gun, it's fine. So that's all good.
Afternoon.
It's kind of hard to explain how it works, but I needed more than 6 inches of barrel. Hey, Dano.
How's it going, guys?
It's going pretty good, actually.
So I heard you talking about a 44. I was just curious, was that a Model 29?
No, it's a Ruger Red Hawk Hunter.
Oh, okay.
A little bigger than the average 29. I mean, it's got like 8-inch barrel.
Are they similarly priced, the 29 and the Red Hawk in 44?
Kinda, yeah. Like at Bud's, the 29 is about 800, 850, and the Red Hawk's right there with it with the longer barrel. But the Red Hawk doesn't change prices with the, like shorter barrel. So yeah, they're about the same money. But what I had seen looking at videos is that Model 29 with the 6-inch barrel or 4 and 7, whatever the hell the Dirty Harry barrel is, because that's what the gun is, wasn't nearly as accurate as that Super Red Hawk or the Super Black Hawk, especially the Black Hawk. It's, according to what I found, it's the more accurate of the bunch.
Yeah, well, there's as you well know, there's a lot of things that go into accuracy, and barrel length is sometimes one of those attributes I think that's maybe over relied on a little bit too much in regards to accuracy. Is if it's like
I
the
need
gold
barrel length for visual acuity.
Mm-hmm. But as if you have enough barrel length, it's going to be supremely accurate. Well, as if that's the only thing involved.
Well, barrel length don't so much make it more accurate as the line of sight or the length of sight radius. That's where you get your better accuracy with longer barrel. I mean, you watch guys that are good like Hickok, barrel length doesn't matter much to him.
Right.
But with my astigmatism, I can't see the sight on a gun with like a 4-inch barrel without my glasses on.
Now, do you normally not wear glasses?
It's half and half. Like if I'm plinking with my carry gun, I won't wear my glasses so I can see the sight. But like when I'm out hunting, I would prefer to wear my glasses so I can see. So I can see distance clearly. But if I'm using a short enough gun, I can't, because then I can't focus on the damn sight. So I really had to have a longer barrel gun to do the job, which is why I didn't even consider the Smith.
Okay.
Because believe me, I'd have rather had a Smith & Wesson 29 Dirty Harry gun, because that's the whole damn reason I wanted it in the first place. But I had never actually, I've always wanted a 29, but I was never really going to spend the money until the wife really started pushing to be more self-sufficient and go deer hunting and stuff like that. Then I started really considering, do I want to buy a shotgun to do it with or muzzleloader? And I figured that I would just soon have a handgun.
So you don't have a slug gun?
No, I don't. I have a 12 gauge pump shotgun with full choke.
Okay.
And it would not be a deer hunting gun at all. And I really don't want another shotgun because I like this gun. And being the Stevens, you're not able to change the barrel or anything like that. So, it just is what it is. And the pistol just seemed to be the most practical way to go, because it let me go on and hunt during shotgun season and the combined muzzleloader handgun season and handgun season. Whatever the hell Illinois laid out, everything but muzzleloader only season I can hunt with the pistol.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not a hunter, so this may sound like a crazy, stupid question, but when hunting with a pistol, can you use, or do people use shooting sticks?
People use them. I probably wouldn't, because my health is just forcing me to not carry any more than I have to, and that's another reason why I want the pistol over shotgun, because it's a couple pounds lighter.
Right. I was just thinking, as far as, because we were talking about accuracies, stability of the end of the barrel when you're getting that ideal sight picture. It's one less thing.
If I'd had a deer in front of me at the 15 yards I was shooting at when I first pulled the gun out of the box, I could have dropped it at 15 yards first shot. It wouldn't have been no problem. The gun is that quick to pick up on.
I guess I was thinking that, you might not get fortunate enough to be that close, which is why, getting a little bit more distance, being able to stabilize that
Well,
from sight.
I'm not so sure about sticking sticks in front of the cylinder on a revolver, so I don't know about that.
Oh,
But with a little time and practice, I'm sure that 50-yard shots are not going to be a problem. And that's about the extent of what I'm going to see for ranges in the forest that I want to hunt in. So,
right.
44 Magnum is one of the, Illinois is limited to anything that's got 500 pounds of muzzle energy or more. 44 Magnum is one that falls into that. It was the most practical choice for me.
Now, as far as the hunting laws, would they allow you to shoot the 44 through, let's say, like one of the Marlin rifles
Nope, it's got to be
out of a pistol?
a revolver or a single shot handgun. They're very stringent on what you can do. I mean, there's no rifle hunting with.
Right.
Here in
I
Illinois.
just was wondering because it was still pistol caliber.
I'm right now kind of dancing on the idea of the cowboy carbine for a muzzle loader, and I got to check with somebody to see if you can do it or not. It falls into the muzzle loader classifications as far as being longer than 16-inch barrel, and no way you can breech load it, which is Illinois' definition of muzzle loader. But it's basically a revolver rifle, and I really want one of those, but I'm not going to buy it if I couldn't use a ton.
Right.
Because there's no way I'm financially able to buy a toy like that just to have.
Right.
I would never ever consider buying 44 revolver, not for hunting. I mean, if not for hunting, because simply I don't have a need for it other than that.
Right. Now, how just as a basic, rough guess, how many deer you think you'd have to take to get to the break-even point, as far as the value of the meat versus the cost of the tool?
Probably 3. If you don't consider your time at all.
Right. Right.
I mean, you figure if you look at deer like beef, figure you get 100 pounds out of it. $2 a pound is cheap, So $200 a deer. The revolver costs, $600-700. And from what I can tell, short of the good inline muzzle loaders, the revolver is probably as accurate as anything out there.
Well, have you considered putting a scope on one?
I refuse.
Oh, okay. Well, just because of the vision thing, because that used to be, back in the 70s, that was all the rage was putting a scope on a 44 for hunting.
The gun I looked at is set up to take a scope, but I'm not that within 50 yards, it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
And while I was squirrel hunting out there, I walked up on a bunch of deer, just walking through looking for squirrels. So, of course, I wasn't hunting for them, so they weren't too worried about me. But I was carrying a gun. But I'm not one that gets buck fever. I don't get excited when I see them.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't particularly like deer. But my wife and the family does, so I get outvoted. And, it makes sense. We want, if you're trying to think ahead like a prepper, you probably should be able to fill your freezer with deer or make jerky or something. And deer jerky and deer salami and deer burger, if you mix in hamburger, is just fine by me. It's just deer I've had in the past I didn't care for, but I will try cooking it myself because I can cook pretty well and see if I can make it more palatable for myself.
Now, do you think that's mostly due to the fact that they're so lean that there's no fat for the taste?
For the hamburger part, yeah. But for my part, I think it's mental. As a kid, I was exceptionally picky, and that ain't changed a whole lot. I'm willing to try things, but I think my mind, back in the day, I think my mind was playing with me more than anything else. But, you know, I wasn't a huge fan of like beef roasts or anything like that either until I started cooking them myself. And I figured out a way to cook them that I liked. So deer may work the same way. So, you know, I'm going to do what the old lady wants.
No, you know, there is that saying, you know, happy wife, happy life.
Well, the wife's been supporting me for 2 years, so I'm going to try to help out in any way I can. I sure didn't have a hell of a lot of luck with squirrels this year, I can tell you that.
Well, you know, how if you get a your typical squirrel, at least in your area, will that feed like 2 people, 1 meal, or how much is actually there?
We could feed 5 people with 1 squirrel if you make stew out of it. As far as feeding people with squirrels, it'd probably take 3 squirrels to feed the 5 of us. Doing it like chicken because they're really little.
Right.
But down at Sand Ridge where I hunt, for some reason the squirrels just weren't there this year. And I had talked to the park ranger one of the last days I was out there, and he said nobody's getting them. He said people are getting maybe 1 or 2 this season as well.
Squirrel. Oh, is most of the meat just in the rump?
No, it's the back. They're how to describe it. It's like a chicken, except for, you know, it's got 4 paws instead of wings.
Okay, so in the breast area there is some meat there.
No, but there's more meat towards the bottom end of the back.
Right, that's what I kind of meant by the rump. I mean the back.
Probably the biggest pieces are the actual up thighs.
Right.
But there's, I don't know, dressed a squirrel probably weighs a little over 1 pound on average, and you probably figure half of that's bone, so you don't get much meat on one.
Right.
What's up, fellas?
How's it going?
Mr. Hottie.
Going all right. Same old shit. Did you get that new gun back out to the range, Daniel?
I mean, I've had it to the range the day I got it. I got to check the weather forecast for this coming week. I got some time I can go out this week if the weather cooperates.
Right on. I was curious if you made it back out ever since your first time out with it. If you had any different kind of luck.
Yeah, not yet. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Way to kill the chat.
Yeah, I guess so. I have a tendency to do that.
Well, I
Too,
admit, I
Smeggy.
was watching a YouTube video, so that's why I wasn't around. But you scared people away, and you scared Daniel away. So get out of here, Tony.
Guess so. What you got going?
Not a whole lot right at the moment.
Got all your reloading stuff?
I don't have any components yet, so no.
Hmm.
But I tumbled, I don't know, maybe 1,000 rounds of brass. Probably a little bit less than that. It's hard to tell. I did it by handfuls, and then I figured out that I got about, what did I say, like 40 pieces of brass per handful. So the first one I did 13 handfuls, and then I did 10 handfuls. So theoretically, that's like 900 or so brass, but I could have rounded up or down. So I'm going to round up and say did 1,000 of them cleaned and 300 of them deprimed and sized.
Cool.
And I'll crank through the rest of those at some point.
Are you doing 9mm right now?
Yeah,
So no trimming or nothing like that, really, right?
exactly. Nice and easy.
Yep.
But then, yeah, I don't know. I need primer, powder, and projectile. So once I get that, I'll be able to actually start reloading.
Mm-hmm.
And I had intention of doing that like this afternoon, but I got distracted, and now it's like dinner time-ish, and I don't feel like going to the store now. So maybe tomorrow I will go to the store, buy some stuff. If I can find it. And then maybe I'll reload some. I don't know. I feel good knowing I have all this stuff. Like I have everything set up. That makes me feel good. So now I know whenever I feel like cranking the handle, I'll be good to go.
Uh-huh.
But it's not like I need ammo right now. I mean, I still have tons of loaded stuff, you know, that I bought. So it's just a matter of if I wanted to play with it and get it set up. Although it would be nice to at least have some done by the time I go up north, so I can test it out and make sure I'm not screwing it up. So I don't know. That's the other thing. Once I try and figure out the formula or whatever, I kind of don't want, like, I don't want to sit there and make a whole shit ton of it and then find out that it's not a good load. Like it doesn't cycle the action or something stupid.
From what I know, 9mm is fairly easy. I mean, you're not going to be doing much load development. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm just going to find something that works, and if you're just using it for range ammo. Maybe it would be different if you're a competition guy.
Right. So I don't know. Maybe I'll mix up a couple different ones and bring them both up and see which one's better or something.
Mhm.
But mostly that weekend's about hanging out with my buddies and blasting shit. So I will definitely just have lots and lots of options. Ooh, a cardinal. Interesting. But Other than that, yeah, I haven't really done much today. I'm just on the chat most of the day and playing with my reload and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I ain't done shit.
I guess Tony got a new gun. He was shooting it. And he liked it.
What do you get?
A Super Red Hawk, the Hunter model. So it's in 44 Magnum. I think he's going to go deer hunting with it. Oh, I need to play. Echo, echo, echo. So, what do you know, Scotty? You said, "Oh, I know."
I said right on.
Oh, did you? I totally misheard that.
I don't know a damn thing.
Oh, I know. Right on. There, I fixed it.
So, Smeg, do you now have all the components you need to reload, or you're still hunting down primers and powder and such?
Yeah, that's correct. I do not have components. I was going to go to the store this afternoon, but I lost track of time, and now I don't feel like going. I mean, the store's still open, but I'm just kind of like, whatever.
Laziness got the best of you.
Yeah.
As it has gotten to us all at one point or another.
Well, I don't get a lot of weekends off recently, so when I'm actually home for the weekend, I try and do stuff, but then I'm just kind of like, I kind of like seeing my house. I don't see it that often.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite. I've been doing nothing but being lazy, so I saw enough of my four walls in the house, so I'm sitting out here at the park.
Yeah, nothing weird about that.
You must live somewhere south that you're out hanging in a park someplace.
Well, I'm up in Washington.
You somewhat coastal?
Oh, yeah, Seattle. I'm sitting here staring at the Space Needle right now.
Do you feel funny staring at it?
He's getting surprisingly aroused for some reason.
Now I'm across the bay.
It's
watching
the space
watching the ferries and
Space Needle, not
Oh,
the
now you're looking at Space Needle and ferries? Huh.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not judging. Do whatever you need to do with your life, but
Yeah.
just saying. You might be happier if you stop lying to yourself. Man, spring teased us. It got warm for a little bit, and then now it's cold.
Yep.
Wasn't cold all winter. Heaven forbid we can't get some frickin' snow to enjoy.
Global warming is inconsistent.
Fuck, we've had enough snow for the winter. We're supposed to get more tonight and tomorrow.
No, we barely had any snow. The lucky thing, it snowed all weekend when I was up north snowshoeing. So that was good, but it still wasn't that much. I mean, like at our place when we got up there on Friday, there was maybe 6 inches of snow, which, I mean, that just meant put your boots on. So we didn't actually put our snowshoes on. We just walked around in our boots.
So how many miles wise, as far as north-wise, I can't speak. How many miles as far as north-south is it?
That's a good question. I don't know. It's 2 hours north and 2 hours west.
Okay, so it's probably
a couple hundred miles.
Yeah, I was gonna say about 100 to 120 miles north.
Well, yeah, it'd be more than 120 because if we average 60 miles an hour, it'd be 120. That's why I'm saying it's probably like 200-ish.
Well, no, it's not. 2 hours. You said 2 hours north, then
Yeah.
2 hours west. Well, going west to east does not change your weather as far as your northerly or southerly direction.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Although it is on the west side of the state, so it gets more lake effect.
Right. Well, that's a condition of where it is rather than its
Right.
northerly or southerly position. I mean, you could go straight west and get the lake effect snow.
Exactly. But yeah, I don't know. It was all right. It was fun.
It's all the snowflakes from Chicago coming over and dropping it off.
Yeah.
Man, tomorrow is supposed to be 59 degrees. Holy crap.
Really?
The day after, 61. Crazy. Crazy,
Cool.
crazy, crazy. And then it drops down a little bit. Back to the 40s.
I'm gonna say we get 55 Monday and Tuesday with rain. Tomorrow's supposed to be 45. So we're a little behind you. Let's see what's gonna be up north. That's the thing I do have up north saved in my phone. Yeah, right now it's 34 up north and it is 31 degrees right here. So we get kind of a weird, it depends on what the jet stream's doing. Like sometimes it's like it comes down south from Canada, like, you know, halfway through the state. So the west side sometimes is actually warmer, even though it's further north.
Because you live on a peninsula.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're getting snow on Wednesday. Mixed shit though, high of 34, so it's gonna be like snow rain kind of crap. And they're in the 50s Monday and Tuesday also, just not quite as much. Oh, it's 70 degrees in St. Louis. Interesting.
You're saying it's a beautiful day in Ferguson?
I guess so.
Unless you
Those are the
get
3 cities I have saved on my little weather app. So I can always see what it's up north, what it is at my house. And I added St. Louis recently since that's my second home.
They still make do you happen to know offhand if they still assemble the Corvette down there?
The Corvette is in Bowling Green.
Ah, okay.
Wherever that is. I know that's kind of out that way somewhere.
It's Kentucky.
Oh, is it? Oh. Then I was totally wrong. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, the only thing that's left in St. Louis is the GM plant. They make like the big vans, you know, like the big panel vans, and they make the Colorado, which is like the smaller pickup truck.
They still make that?
Colorado, yeah.
Oh, I guess I was thinking of the Dodge Dakota that they stopped making.
Oh, yeah, that's a different company. That's not GM.
Well, yeah, but I was thinking of a pickup truck. Wrong company, wrong car, wrong kind of vehicle.
Oh. Yeah, the Colorado is fairly new, I think, because they always made the Chevy Silverado, which is, I mean, that's comparable to like an F-150. And then
they just changed the name of the S10. That's all they did.
I guess possibly.
S10 pickup became the Colorado.
Yeah, but it is a new body and stuff. So I mean, they did change some stuff, but yeah,
They're
it's
always
in that rank or that group. Kind of like when the new Ranger comes out, it's gonna compete with that. The new Ranger is going to be a little bit bigger than what the old Ranger used to be,
right,
but still not like as big as the F-150.
Ford's putting out a Ranger again?
Yeah. I think 2019 maybe? Something like that. I forget. They actually didn't.
How long ago did they stop?
What was that?
I wasn't aware that they had stopped making the Ranger.
Yeah, they stopped making the Ranger in the U.S. God, what was it?
Well, I know in the U.S., but wasn't it still made in Mexico?
It was, but it wasn't for sale in the U.S.
Oh, okay. So how long has it not been for sale then?
That's what I'm trying to remember. I want to say like the early 2000s.
I was thinking 04 or something like that.
That sounds good. 04, sure.
I still see them rolling around pretty regularly.
Yeah, well, they're
That and the Chevy S10 pickup, or the Colorado. We'll just change the name and make them think it's a brand new vehicle.
well, like I said, that the Colorado is a new body design. It could be built off the same chassis. I mean, there's no need to reinvent the wheel if you're making a, mid-sized truck or whatever. Why not keep making a mid-sized truck? And yeah, they do rebrand sometimes. Ford did that for a while, and then they went back, right? I mean, they turned the Taurus into the
500.
Yeah, the 500,
and then turned it back into the Taurus.
Yeah, well, no, the Taurus turned into the Fusion. The 500 was like their Crown Vic size. The 500 is bigger than a Taurus.
Right. Well, the Fusion was never as big, even as the old Taurus. It was smaller. I mean,
yeah, but
but
still,
bigger than the Escort.
Right. Yeah, the Escort would be more
Smaller than the Taurus.
to the Focus, but the Focus was all new, even though about same size. I mean,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I meant the Focus, but
either way, yes. Sometimes they rebrand stuff, and it'll be the same body style for 2 or 3 years, and then they have a little bit tweak on the body.
They're always changing this sheet metal to give it a new, fresh look.
Yeah, every couple of years.
Yep. And you don't need to change, the underlying structure.
Right. But they change the options like every year too, though. As new technology comes out, they'll change some of the stuff that makes it work.
Technology and all the customer research on what options they think potential customers are going to want.
Yeah, Ford went through a thing there where they tried to combine the U.S. and the European market, because they're like, why are we making 2 different versions of the same car? We'll just make one car that fits both. And what they found was the U.S. market doesn't want to buy stuff that's like half European market, and the European market didn't want to buy the stuff that was like half U.S. Like, for one example, cup holders. The U.S. market loves cup holders. That's why they jam like 27 of them into a car. The European market couldn't care less. They just think they're stupid. They don't use them or whatever. Or at least it's not like they don't care. They could take them or leave them. But when they got rid of a bunch of them, then the U.S. market was like, how come there's no cup holder? That's fucking dumb. There's only one? Like, what am I supposed to do with only one cup holder? So then they have since changed their mind and said, you know what? Maybe we'll continue to make 2 versions of the same car, even though it does add cost and complexity. It's worth it because it sells better in both markets. But there's definitely cost savings in combining stuff. I remember I was talking with, I think it was GM. He was a GM engineer, and his goal was to reduce the number of different types of fasteners. Because at first, like when you just design stuff, it's like, oh, we can just like put a screw through here, so they got however long and whatever diameter, and then the other part that holds the dashboard in, that's a different size screw, and then the part that holds the dome light on the back, that's a different size screw. It's like he had all these different types, and he's like, why don't we just use a 1/4 inch long? Like, we could use that in all 3 spots. Some of them it might stick out a little bit, but it's behind something and it doesn't hit anything, so who cares?
Yep.
You actually save money rather than having to sort all the different sizes, and it just, like I said, it adds complexity. And he described it as his goal, and they had it like up on the wall in the office or whatever, was like one fastener to fit it all or to rule them all. It was a play on the Lord of the Rings thing.
the phrase I've always heard is skew reduction.
Yeah.
You know,
But and again, obviously, you're not going to be able to use one type of screw for the entire car for everything. But that is their ultimate goal, is to be like, hey, hand me a screw. What size? What do you mean, what size? They're all exactly the same. Hand me a screw. You know, standard. That was my favorite at the hardware store. People would come in looking for whatever, and they're like, "Yeah, I need some bolts." All right, what are you looking for? Oh, like a standard one. What? You realize we have an entire aisle of different size bolts. Like that's what this entire thing is designed for, is to have all different sizes.
well, you know, whenever I was in that situation, I would always either bring in, if I was looking for a nut, I'd bring in the bolt that went to it, or if I was looking for the bolt, I'd bring in a nut that fit the kind of bolt, and I knew roughly how long it needed to be, but I wouldn't necessarily know the threads per inch.
Well, yeah, no, and it's I never
Plus, it was
expected people to
automotive
come
stuff.
in and yeah, I never expected people to come in and be like, "Oh, I need a, you know, a quarter 28. It's a fine thread, inch and a quarter or something." Like, okay, you need this type. All right, I can look at it and say, well, that's a fine thread. You know, that's quarter inch. Cool, it's quarter 28. Blah blah blah, whatever, and get them the right thing. But it just, I don't know, like a standard one. Or they come in and they have every other detail. Like, yeah, it's the bolt that holds on the air filter for a, you know, Craftsman lawnmower model number 58693. It's like, oh, let me just check my reference thing. Oh, it's 5/16. How the fuck am I supposed to know what that is? Like, you have every other detail, but you didn't think, like you said, just bring in the, even, well, it broke. Okay, we'll bring in the broken one, and
Right.
then we'll
Figure it out.
find that and just make it a little longer, because then that's takes up the part that broke off. Like, it's not that hard. At least we can get the right thread and diameter.
Yeah, our local hardware store went out of business, and it really, you know, you don't realize how much you miss things until they're gone. And that's one of the things, that just going in there for a 2-cent nut or screw, how convenient that was. Now instead of 2 cents, you got to drive a half hour up to the big box store, and then drive a half hour back, and then the time you put in for that 2-cent screw now.
Right. Well, a lot of
It's not-
times what I've noticed, like at like the Home Depots and stuff, and they do have some like just trays where you can just, you know, buy a couple at a time. But a lot of times, like, you have to buy a package of 5 or something.
I don't need 10 of them. I need
Yeah.
1. Now, I'll often will buy 2 if I need 1, just in case I drop it, lose it, whatever.
Right.
Because it's always nice to have a spare. Maybe I'll need it on some other project.
Yeah.
So I always have the coffee can with all the miscellaneous nuts and bolts and connectors and fasteners.
Yeah, I could have used that when I was installing my press, since I was an idiot and got 3 of the same length, and going, well, I know the one in the back doesn't need to be as long, but oh well, I'll just, you know, tighten the screw down more, not realizing that, oh, there's only, you know, an inch worth of thread, and it's, you know, 2.5 inches longer than it needs to be. Therefore, I can't tighten it down all the way. So that was my own stupidity. I messed
Was
that
it
one up.
fully threaded?
Yeah, exactly. It was only threaded like the first, whatever, like that first inch. And the 2 up front had to be like 3.5 inches long, but the one in the back only had to be like 1.5 inches. So that was my mistake.
What's the term for a partially threaded bolt like that? Where let's say it's a 3-inch long thing, but only the last 1.5 inches is threaded. The rest is just a shaft.
I don't know, a bolt.
Well, between a fully threaded bolt and a partially threaded.
Well, yeah, but I mean, normally that's, you know,
There's a name for it. I don't know what it is. I thought the hardware guy would know.
Well, I know, I always called them, like, that one, the one you're describing where it's not full threaded, is like a hex bolt, and then The other version is a full thread hex bolt, where it is threaded all the way up,
Well, hex is just
or
that-
carriage screw, or whatever the head is. But I mean, I just always called them bolts or full thread bolts. So I don't know if there's necessarily a name for the one that isn't full thread. There could be. Maybe I'm a shitty hardware guy. I don't know. I thought I was pretty good. I mean, I did run the third and fourth largest department in the hardware store at the same time.
He's the man. He's the man.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Back when I was in school, back in college.
So
But
did you get
they-
to wear an apron?
No, I had a vest.
Ah, you had a vest. There you go.
Yeah. And I
The
mean,
power vest.
we switched over to having like just t-shirts and stuff too, but it was kind of funny. They retired my vest. Like put it up, like they put it in a little frame and then put it up in the rafters, like in the back room. And I thought that was cool. But here's the thing: I hadn't been wearing my vest for a while. I always kept it like in the same cabinet, and like everyone knew, I kept it there or whatever. So it was my last day working there. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna wear my vest for the last day working here.
Yeah.
And so I go over the cabinet and it's not there. And I was like, what the hell? I was mad. I'm like, man, I go, that sucks. Like, what happened to my vest? Because here's the thing: I had like buttons and all these little like things on it,
Yeah.
like pieces of flair. Only I had it just because I thought they were cool, not because I was required to by shenanigans or whatever. And yeah, so I was mad and I was like, oh man, what happened? And then one of the guys was like, oh dude, like so and so, basically the person who was in charge of the paint department, because it was in the cabinet in the paint department. They were like, oh yeah, like so and so was cleaning out his cabinet, because he was like a hoarder. He always had a bunch of junk. He's like, yeah, they were bugging him to like clean up his area, so he got rid of a bunch of stuff. I'm like, yeah, but why would he throw my vest away? And they're like, oh, come on, you haven't worn that vest in a year. And all. So completely got me convinced the thing was thrown out. And I was like, oh, man, like that's kind of a bummer, but oh, well, whatever. And then, I don't know, it was about halfway through my shift. They called me into the back room because they ended up like buying a pizza and stuff for lunch because it was my last day, a little retirement party kind of thing. And so we were in the back room there, and that's when I kind of noticed there was like some cardboard up in the rafters with the string hanging down. Like, that's weird. And so he pulled the string and it like ripped the cardboard off the front, and there's my vest hanging up there.
Ta-da!
Yeah. I was like, oh my God, that's so awesome. Oh, it's so cool.
You shall live on in infamy.
Now, I still go in there every once in a while, not as much as I used to.
Now,
If I need hardware stuff, I'll still go in there.
have
And
you asked to take a sneak peek to see if it's still there?
oh, I always look. It's still there.
Oh,
At
it
least
is.
as of a month ago.
So how many years has it been?
Shoo. Since 04 or 05, something like that.
Wow.
Because I worked there, a couple years in high school and then all through college. So yeah, it's probably been there for, what would that be, like 13 years?
So that vest is like just over 20 years old then. For all the years you worked there from when you first got it.
It'd be less than 20, but yeah. I'm trying to think, yeah, because I started working there in 2000, so it's 17 years old. But anyway, so like some of the people who work there, like I still know, and some of them are since been replaced. Obviously, I mean, they have a lot of like high schoolers that work there and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But the one time, like the one kid I actually never worked with, but he knows me from like going in there after the fact. I had to I was making some keys. And so I came in and they looked pretty busy and stuff. And I talked to the one guy who was helping. I'm like, hey, I'm just going to make a couple keys. He's like, okay, cool. So I go back there and I'm making keys. I'm setting up the machine and all that. And this other guy comes back there who I didn't know. And he's like, excuse me, sir, you're not allowed back here. Looks like I was behind the counter and shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh no, it's okay. I talked to, whatever the other guy's name.
The manager.
I talked to him and he's like, no, but sir, you can't. And I'm like, okay, dude. I'm like, I hear you, but do you see that vest back there? And he looks back there. He's like, yeah. I go, that's me. That's my vest. And I turned around and started making a key. Just like, yep, that one's me. And there I go. He's like, oh, but and then the other like
thought that if you got caught, that he would get in trouble for letting you.
Oh yeah, or if I cut my finger off on the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand it, but at the same time, it's like, dude, I'm famous.
It's
yeah. At the same time, you're like, dude, you remember your first day when they brought you into the break room and said, "That's like the guy you want to be." Yeah, I'm that guy.
because
good.
There's nothing more complicated in the world than a machine that can cut a standard key.
Yeah, standard. What key do you need replaced? A standard one. Okay, let me just cut it off of, no blank or anything. Like, I'll just cut one. Okay.
It's the house of blanks.
Well, I mean, I've made up keys before. I know how to rekey locks. And we had blanks because they're all numbered, right? So
Right.
It's like each little groove when it goes down, it's like, okay, that's a 1 3 5 9 6 8. Like you can just make up an order and then just you cut the first one and then you put the other blank on, you cut the second one and then you cut the third groove. Like you just make one up. Or we have a lot of other keys that like let's say someone buys a bunch of locks and they're like, all right, I'm getting all these locks. They all come with their own set of keys. He goes, I want them all keyed the same. It's like, do you want it to match one you have? Like, no, I just want it new. Okay. So we'll open up the first package. That's the key that we use. And then we rekey all the other ones. Well, now we have a handful of keys that came from the manufacturer that don't actually match any locks. So sometimes we'll use those when someone buys a new one. It's like, hey, I want this rekeyed, but I don't care what it's keyed into. Like, I just want something different. Then we'll just pull that key out, copy that, and rekey the lock to that, setting. But that was pretty cool. That's how I learned how to pick locks. Because sometimes you have to pick the lock to get normally you have to have the key to take the tumbler out, but sometimes you have to pick the lock to get the tumbler to turn and then use the little thing to slide out and put the new pins in and all that stuff.
So did the machine come with like a couple of pick tools?
No, those were separate.
Or you just use like a paper clip, 2 paper clips?
No, we had a full locksmithing kit. The owner's son, he's the owner now. Like when I was working there, he was just like a manager, and then he bought the business from his parents. But anyways, he went to actually like a locksmithing class and learned how to do it, and then got like a set of locksmithing tools from there. But then when I started working there, like there was a couple of us that he showed how to do. So he's like, so he doesn't have to be the only one to do it.
Right. So you have a plan B as far as your careers.
I guess so. I actually kind of like locksmithing. It was fun. Although it does suck. It's one of those, it's a lot like installing the detent on an AR, like for the front takedown pin.
Mm-hmm.
Because like normally the locks, they'll have like a top pin and a bottom pin, and those are like different lengths, and that's why the key makes them, makes the groove line up. Well, those top pins are all spring loaded. So while you're sliding out the tumbler, the part that you actually change the different heights, if the thing you're pushing it with like slips a little bit, that top pin goes shooting out in it because it's under spring tension. So then you got to find the thing, and then you got to put the spring in and like push it down and do all stuff, and it's a pain in the ass. Yep, exactly.
This park is so fucking ghetto anymore.
Hmm.
Car pulls up next to me, and I look over, and they're drinking out of a fucking fifth of Hennessy, rolling up a blunt.
Well, at least it was Hennessy and not like Mad Dog.
Yeah, I guess.
They lean out, be like, "Hey, you want to buy drugs?"
No, not yet. Anyway.
I remember there was one time. This is one of the first times I was ever like approached by a drug dealer kind of thing. I was standing in line at a Taco Bell, like just waiting for my food, and this guy's like, "Hey, so yeah." I was like, "What?" I'm like, "I don't understand you." Here I am, I'm a freaking, like sheltered middle schooler or whatever. I had never, like I said, I'd never had anyone try and sell me drugs before. And I'm like, "What? I can't understand you." Like I'm talking normal voice and he's like muttering and shit. He's like, "Do you smoke down?" I'm like, "Oh, no, I don't smoke." And he's like, "Yeah, you want to buy some?" No, thank you. I don't want to buy any drugs from you, sir. Like I was just talking normal voice. Everyone in the restaurant heard what I was saying. And the guy's like looking around and shit. He's like, sure. Like, okay, have a nice day. I was so naive. I'm like, "What? Do I want drugs? No, thank you, sir. Maybe that police officer over there would like to purchase some of your product." So Moon's here. What's up, Moon?
Nothing.
Cool.
Just reading news.
You're reading fake news?
Yeah. Gotta go renew my membership at the range tomorrow.
Hey,
It's always fun.
nothing more exciting than signing a check.
Yeah.
Wow, that was the experience of a lifetime.
It's like the one range trip that hurts your wallet every year.
Well, how expensive is your range? Oh, is it an indoor?
Yeah. Per year
Okay, yeah.
for a family membership, it's 300. So it's not bad.
For an indoor range, especially family, that's inexpensive. The one in my area that's indoor, it's like $450 for one person. It's like $600 for like two.
Yeah. Even if you go a lot, paying that much, it'll pay for itself. But yeah, the range I go to is not that fancy, but the rest of them are even dirtier looking. Some of them look like a basement with a dirt wall in the back.
The range I belong to, they had this little, I call it a scam, where they have an open house every year, and that's when everybody has to pay their annual dues. Well, they send you these raffle tickets that you're supposed to sell off and then turn in the stubs on the same day that you re-up your membership. And it's like forced slave labor. So you're supposed to pawn these off on everyone you know or just buy them up yourself. So last year I started being that guy that comes on range day at open house, turns in all 30 tickets that they wouldn't take back before and said, I couldn't sell these, so here you go. Hand them all back. Because I don't like being turned into forced labor. It's like, if you need more money, then raise the membership rates. I'll pay an extra $30, but don't put me to work.
Yeah, some of the like the gun clubs will have a program where you do volunteer work, but it's like stated.
Right, and my club has that same thing. If you want to reduce your dues, you can do some extra work, and that's fine.
Is there a Mexican in here?
Yeah, he showed up just before you did.
Yeah. I miss my Mexican friend, man. Knives.
Hola, baby.
DB. DB.
What's up, blood?
No, Flippy. Flippy.
Flippy. Flippy.
Flippy.
Flippy. What happened? Yeah, you guys seen him lately or no?
No, I haven't seen him in a while.
He was in last night.
Oh, wow.
There you go. He shows up when I don't show up. Jerk.
Flippy LePew.
Mika's a funny guy. What's up, Dano?
Uh-huh.
Getting ready for tactical response.
Working on it.
When is that? In the spring?
May.
May. That's not that far.
It's like the beginning of the second week of May.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's like a Monday, Tuesday.
Monday, Tuesday. That's dope.
Yeah, it's kind of odd because the weekend before, like the Saturday, Sunday, there's nothing scheduled.
Mm-hmm.
Or I should say, I don't think there is. But then after my class, then they offer one of those medical classes. They call it the Fabulous 3 or the top or whatever. They have a fancy name for it. And then after the you have 2 days of fighting pistol, 2 days of the medical class, and then 2 days of the force on force.
Trifecta.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's it.
Combat. Are you guys watching this guy on YouTube, the new guru, Combat Speed, Beast Mode, Pistol? What's his name? Pistol.
Pistol Pete?
No, it's not Pistol Pete Maravich. What's his name? It's like a new guy. He's kind of weird. I posted him on the front page there. But man, he's got some really funny shit. I don't know if he's trying to be funny on purpose, but he trains in his backyard, and his name is Pistol Maniac 100. Dano, I think you will get a kick out of him.
Well, I'm looking at the front page now, trying to find your post.
Yeah, that was a while ago, though. That was a couple days ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me go over to
Pistol Maniac 100.
All right, let me type that in just a minute.
Yeah, you'll get a kick out of this fucking guys. We're really strange.
Oh, I remember that video you posted.
This is he's got new videos, like in the last few days. One's about combat speed.
What was the one that you posted?
Pistol Maniac 100, right?
Yep, 100.
Mm-hmm.
I should bring it up.
That's a kill shot right there.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah. Now this guy, he said this guy would be over here twitching. He said he'd be over here twitching. So
I mean, I was shooting through the bush and stuff, so I mean that's pretty good.
Okay, well, I found his channel.
Yeah, this guy.
He's got a.
This target would be over here twitching. You never know, man.
Wonder which one was the one that you posted.
Probably the original one, like tactical training or some shit. He's got a new one, like don't become a victim, and I think he's given his victims a chance to learn some shit before he attacks them.
I mean, it says he's got like 700 and some videos.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
He's got 1,000 subs, so he almost has one video for each sub.
Damn, I had no clue.
First popped up a year ago, though.
You see his his picture on his YouTube page?
Yeah.
I don't know which one is stranger, the one with the sunglasses or the ones without the sunglasses.
Can someone invite him to the Daily Show from your crew? I mean, get him on, talk about stuff. What's your EDC, stuff like that? I think his EDC is a 1911 with Uncle Mike's.
What the heck? I just saw, I think one of his like first videos was like how to get famous on YouTube.
No, he figured it out, all right.
Well, at 1,000 subscribers, he's well on his way.
I was just curious what his things would be.
How long is this? What's his oldest video? I mean, how many months old or years?
Well, I thought it was a year ago, but now it must just not been loading because now I'm seeing stuff from 2 years ago. Although a lot of this is like food and stuff.
Food?
Yeah. Best types of coffee, huge 6-foot-tall tomato plant.
Well, at 700 videos, it makes it hard to go through to go backwards in his,
3 years ago, he's got Christmas stuff. It looks like he started doing gun stuff like a year ago. That's where pretty much all his videos are like gun related. This is all weird stuff. Oh, he's got video game stuff from 4 years ago.
Fastest
Call of
concealed
Duty,
draw
DoD.
ever. 1911 style.
Yeah, he don't fuck around.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go back to like a year into it type of thing.
One 4 months
I
back.
think in the
Israeli-
next 2 years he's going to be as big as Yankee Marshall or somebody like that. He's like
Israeli
the new
quick draw.
There's
Like
someone
the new
here
Hickok?
who said like, "Hey, James Yeager, I deserve credit" or something. So I really want to watch that. See what the heck that was about. I can
Now
find
this
it
ought to
again.
be a good video. Listen to the title: Uncle Mike's Sidekick Holster.
What channel is this? I got a phone call. Missed everything.
Pistol Maniac.
100.
Oh, that guy. That guy.
Yeah, he's like the new Hickok, man.
This
Sorry.
guy right here, he's dead. Got him through the trees.
He said, this guy would be over here twitching, so I came back to him and shot him again. It's a good one, 45. And that's 45 HCP, so, you know, he's dead. He dead. He dead. I like all his drills start with the gun in his hand already, which is like fucking. That's sort of cheating, buddy. You already got your gun on your hand on your gun. What the fucking shit?
Well, one of my local shops is raping people on this Cold War commemorative CZ for $6.99. Fuck out of
Wow.
here. Should be like
How about-
$5.39.
How about no? Yo, were those weird colored Glock 43s like an exclusive or something? Were they really making them shits like gray? Gray, brown?
I think they're making a gray now. And flat dark earth gray and green are the only polymers.
Is that from Glock or from Lipsies though?
It's from different. It's like Amcar does the battlefield green. Lipsies does the flat dark earth and gray. I think. But there was ones that were like tungsten or some shit or blue. Tungsten blue.
Yo, I've been
frame.
seeing a lot of that. Yeah,
That was
weird
cool.
like
That's
they're
pink.
coated.
Yeah.
This guy reminds me of like a meth addict.
This guy reminds me of everybody on gun channels. Put in a blender and then blend it. It's like you pour it into a milkshake glass.
But his body is like somebody who hasn't seen a regular meal in like 6 months.
Yeah. Well, dude, he seems like the kind of guy who's eating like mac and cheese and like canned chicken. You know?
Yeah.
Or like he'll split the dog food with his, with his puppy or something. That kind of guy is like, let's get one can of dog food, I'll split it with pooch.
2 scoops for daddy. 1 scoop for puppy. Daddy.
Nah, I think it's a joke. I really think it's all like a joke. Like I think it's sort of tongue in cheek. There's no way he's being serious. It's not 100% serious. And I think he knows that. So he's like, you think he's trolling us. But I think.
Well, like on that Uncle Mike's holster, I was just watching his little pit. He was showing how quickly he could withdraw it. Now it has a thumb brake that goes over the top, except he didn't have it snapped down. And he was showing us how quickly he could draw it without using the thumb brake.
Yeah. Well, all of his drills, like I said, everything he does, his hand's already on his gun, and it's like ready to go. And he's showing how fast he is, like under threat, and it's like, okay, dude, your hand's on your gun.
Yeah. He has his t-shirt tucked in behind the holster so it doesn't get in the way while he's doing the video.
We need to like anonymously email this guy some True Exodus videos, like every week, until he comes out with a True Exodus type video.
He probably will. I would love to see him in True Exodus battle.
Yeah, we'll just email it to him, and I'll be like, "What's this?" Watch it.
I know who I'd rather take into a fight. I'll take this guy any day of the week. This guy's a savage. Plus, he carries a 45, so True Exodus is a 9mm guy. What in the mother effing world?
See, I almost can't believe he's not like a troll thing. Like you said, I think he knows sometimes he's joking around or whatever, but if you watch that video, it's like, you know, dear James Yeager, I deserve credit for my knowledge. And he goes on there, he's like, yeah, you know what, James? Everything in that video I already knew. And I mean, I don't go on YouTube for all these years not to get the credit for my knowledge. It's like, who's the one giving you credit? Like, what the, like, you want a gold star from him or something? And he goes, I did learn one thing about the tourniquet thing, because I guess I always figured if I got shot, just be whatever it be. But I mean, all them tactics and stuff, yeah. I mean, I already knew all that stuff. Yeah, well, whatever. You know,
he's just a guy that's oblivious to the rest of the training community, I guess. So made up his own routine.
Like I said, I feel like with those comments, I feel like that's like something I would say when I'm jokingly being obvious, like, you know, conceited. You know, you guys know when I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I know everything about that stuff. I mean, obviously I'm joking, and I feel like that's what he was doing. So maybe it's just if you take him seriously, then you don't get the joke. But some of his other videos, you're like, he seems kind of serious.
Yeah. That's, I think, the part. That's the funny part, is how serious he's taking himself.
Well,
he does like double takes to the camera where he's like staring at it, and he'll come back and give you this like weird Clint Eastwood Dirty Harry look or something.
Like he's
and he's got to be kidding, dude.
Like he's breaking the fourth wall. Ooh.
I mean, but that's the thing though, because I mean, he's not way over the top like a Carnicon kind of thing where like it's obvious they're joking. You know, like when they do shit like, oh, 45 versus 9mm, and then they put tannerite in the one they shoot with the 45, but not the 9mm or something like that kind of shit.
That's why this guy's gonna be a success on YouTube. I have a feeling he's already been like spotlighted by like every endo and every day, no days off. People on Instagram were putting him up. And I think we knew about him first, right?
Oh, I remember that video you showed a while ago, yeah.
Yeah, somebody put us onto him before that.
He's kind of like a living, breathing stereotype.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, though, I mean, is this one of them things where, like, you know, like the perfect satire, people can't tell if you're joking or serious, like that type of thing? Like, it's just weird enough that you're like, he's got to be joking, right? Nah, he's serious. Nah, he's joking. Like,
well, we used to think the same thing of Chumley on the History Channel, Pawn Stars. It's like he can't be that stupid. Was real. Oh no, he really is that stupid.
I thought he really wasn't that stupid.
Yeah, I thought he was acting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell by his arrest record. Very brilliant individual.
I thought he had like a degree in something.
Dude, just because you like ecstasy, Molly, and like underage girls doesn't mean like, you know,
doesn't mean you're dumb.
It means you
can't control yourself. You got small frontal lobes.
It means you've probably been dropped on your fucking head a few times or something.
Yeah, on the front of your head.
Well, I think
right in your frontals.
I think that whole family, they took fame to their head, because didn't the other dude, like the son, he got busted for like drugs and shit too.
Yeah.
And what they say are illegal guns, although I still believe that they were legal guns until he got in trouble for drugs. Like, it was one of them, they busted him for drugs, he happened to have guns in the house, therefore now they're considered illegal drugs or illegal guns, even though it's like
stolen.
Yeah, I don't think
that's a possibility.
It's a possibility, but I forget, there was one article I was reading about that, and the way they made it sound, it's like it really sounded like a dude who, you know, legally bought a bunch of guns, but then he had drugs in the house, therefore every firearm they find in the house is an illegal gun.
Yeah.
Right.
That is correct.
And that's I guess that's a way to trumping up the story or whatever, making it sound scarier than it really is. But it's like, dude, the guy could have just had some guns, you know, and then he happened to also do something illegal, and therefore those all become illegal. Like, I don't think they were all black market shit, like stolen and stuff. They could have been. You're right. I don't know for sure, but he makes enough money. They probably weren't stolen. He probably just bought them.
And plus, that pawn shop probably has an FFL, right? So he probably would have.
No, they won't do it. They won't do it. No, that's why when you watch that show, they even explain it to you a few times on the show, like why they won't do it. It's not all the guns
I've
on
seen
that
him
show.
get antique stuff, but that you don't
all
need
the
an
guns on
FFL.
that show. Exactly. He explained that. We only deal with guns that are antiques because then you don't need a license.
Like black powder. Yeah, there was a lot of black powder shit on there.
Yeah, and that's you know, I mean that kind of makes sense if you think about I guess there are gun stores in Vegas or whatever, but Vegas is not gun friendly. Like the city of, it's not very gun friendly. So they probably have a bunch of restrictions on like where you can put your store and all that kind of stuff.
I'm sure the grandpa was strapped. That guy looked like he wasn't fucking playing.
Yeah, I think he was the most real one on that show because he didn't really care.
Yeah, he had the diabetes or whatever.
Like that seemed like maybe his actual character, where the other ones they ham it up quite a bit.
Yeah, I see that grandpa's the guy that would carry a 25 or a 32 ACP.
I'm thinking more a pearl-handled 38. Like,
That's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
Some kind of revolver with a pearl grip.
With semi-wad cutters in that bitch.
That's a man stopper right there.
That'll blow someone's heart apart. What the fuck? That's not a fucking... Yeah. Bojangles? You guys ever eat Bojangles? Fried chicken?
It sounds
heard of
like racist chicken.
Bojangles?
Mr. Bojangles.
Yeah,
Racist.
shit is real.
Dan.
Shit is real.
Like blackface, chicken and blackface.
Yeah. Yep. It's like everything has collard greens.
Everybody working there is dressed in blackface.
Even the iced tea has collard greens in them. Like everything you get has collard greens. And chitlins too. Like if you get the milkshake, it comes with chitlins.
Crunchy chitlin topping.
Yeah. It's like when you go to Philly and everything has fucking jelly on it, grape jelly.
What? I didn't know that.
Yeah. I only knew a few people from Philly, and they do weird shit, like put grape jelly on their egg sandwich and shit like that. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Putting grape jelly on everything, like it's hot sauce.
I don't know anybody.
Oh, that's good. These people were into grape jelly. They were seriously into grape jelly. And also promethazine with codeine.
That probably had something to do with it.
Yeah, they were so fucking stoned. They were like, "Fucking give me the grape jelly, man." Yeah, man, shit is real. Did you get a Philster holster yet?
No.
In Philly?
Nope.
Playing yourself. Social justice warrior. He's the best. He's the best, man. He makes the best social justice warrior holsters.
I've decided not to buy an NSR holster, even though
Why not? They're good.
I don't like their Facebook page.
It's like Midwest Industries' old logo. Like that shit was sketching me out, dude. It looked like a weird like tattoo parlor shop or something. They had like barbed wire, like weird tribal shit on there. Like, dude, are you a gun company or a fucking meth tattoo parlor? Come on, son.
They have a group, right? And they got some dude. They were trying to get some dude fired from his job because
What?
he posted "fuck this page," so that that's ignited there.
That ain't no, listen, their holsters ain't all that either. I'll take a fucking Filster over that shit. I don't mind the one strap. Like, it's evolution, you know. 2 straps, whatever, but it's whatever, you know, the clip. I like Filster, man. The first time I bought that shit, I was like, I was pissed because I thought it was too much retention. I thought it was like a mistake. You know what I mean? Like, no, this is a mistake, bro. Like, I emailed him. He's like, send it back to me and I'll fix it. And I sent it back to him, and he fixed it a little bit. Like, he made it a little bit less retention-y. But I realized why he's doing that. So, you know. And then I like NSR, like a lot of those other holster companies, they have great retention, but you bump that gun hard enough, just bump it, like getting out of the car or some shit like that, or like whatever, and that shit might come out. Where like that Filster, dude, that you have to literally fucking pull that shit. Like it has to be very, very deliberate. It's not coming out.
Yeah.
And what's his face, Jeff Bluebman, air gun guy, was like, yo, we call it fuck you level of retention. And that pretty much describes it.
I need to do a handstand and have somebody kick me over.
You need to get into a fucking biker Bob tussle. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you and Hashnazi could fight in the parking lot.
Try to knock my gun loose.
It ain't coming out. I want to know, like, is the fuck you level of retention like, fuck you, like, fuck you, to the, when you're drawing, or is it the holster telling you, fuck you? I just can't figure it out. Like, you know, like, you're trying to pull the gun out, like, fuck you. But it is definitely fuck you level, bro. Anyway, I got one for the 43. I got one for the Glock 19, but it fits every 9mm Glock. And then I got one for the 43, and it's $30-something bucks, and they're fucking sweet. And then
the shit works with the RMR too, you know.
That have loops.
They all come with loops, you know. Other like one loop. He's like a one loop tuckable strut. It's got like a tuckable strut with one loop.
On the trigger guard.
It's like on the side of the trigger guard. Like, so it's really good, man. They carry really well. Not the gun shop now, man. Looking at shit. Benchmade? Oh, shit. Can you guys see me?
Yeah. I would get that.
I'd get that. This is Adventure Outdoors. This is a gun shop.
Yeah. We have nothing like that up here.
You see that Beretta section?
Yep.
It's all Beretta in there.
Dude, I'd be in there like every day.
Yeah, it's not that far from me.
Wow, I would live in there.
Yeah.
It's like, this is a mom and pop place too. This ain't a corporation. It's all Beretta clothing. The whole Beretta section.
There's nothing like that up in this part of the country.
Well, this is good old Georgia, man. Atlanta.
Pretty good shop for a mom and pop.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where the guns start. It goes all the way around the store. This is like an old, this used to be a supermarket, I think. Like a really big
Yeah, it looks like it.
supermarket. Yeah. Hey, how are you? So this is the start of the handgun. Yeah, no.
Is that where you're going?
Okay.
Beretta APX?
Yeah, no. I'm on the phone with my friend. I was just showing him. I'll shut it off. Gotcha. Hello.
To bust you.
He said, "Sir, are you videoing?" Like, not really. No.
No video
Said,
is
no, I'm
allowed.
broadcasting.
Huh? It ain't video if no one's watching.
I'm making you famous, motherfucker.
Well, I'm not videoing, but you're live on the internet, sir.
Damn, they got STI 2011s.
It is kind of
That's pretty
sketchy for a guy to be like going in there, pointing his phone and everything, talking to people.
Yeah, he's like, so here's what we're gonna do. At night, we're gonna come in through the AC system. This is the vents. These are this is the air conditioner. Oh shit. Yeah, the Glock section. I tell people like the Glock section is like the size of a normal Glock, like a small gun shop.
I think it was Overwatch Precision is gonna sell slides from ATI that are already cut and refinished. You broke up.
Yeah, I'm back. I'll be back.
Huh. So I had my thing muted. Okay, I guess I wasn't lagging.
No.
So I was watching the pistol guy thing.
Yeah.
And he's got a video that says like, "You're lucky I even make videos." Like, oh, thank you, sir. But he was like, "Man, you see this shit? Like, I monetize my videos. You see this one? It's got a line through it. I can't even monetize it." And the video was like something terror threat, how to raise kids to be warriors. And it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. But
he could have disputed it.
Yeah, he could have. But what was funny is, so he's all bitching about that stuff. Well, when he showed the thing showing that, it wasn't monetized anymore, the video had 6 views. So you're pissed about losing half a penny? I mean, When I get it, it sucks. I was mad that one of mine got flagged the other day from back in November. It's like, really? It took till now to be like, oh, this is not advertiser friendly.
Dude, I was like the first one to upload the LCRX video in the entire YouTubes. Because I like got it the day it came out. And they fucking flagged it for some stupid reason and I couldn't monetize it. It got like 4,000 views in one day. It's like, motherfuckers. They still haven't let me monetize it and I don't know why. So I stopped using my intro music that wasn't some guy made it for me at work. So it wasn't copyrighted or anything. Then I heard about those bots that go out and collect up music and copyright music files and copyright them.
That's the thing. So there's bots that go out and say, "Oh, this music isn't copyrighted. I'm going to do it."
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, because some of the things, like, yeah, some of them will be someone claiming a copyright thing, but one of the other one, like I said, what happened to mine is I said this is not advertiser friendly, which I, I guess I see. I mean, they can pick whatever they want to consider, like if their advertisers don't want to advertise on a gun video or something, then yeah, it sucks for those people making gun videos, but what are you going to do if they don't have advertisers that want to give you money for it? Then it's just like if you did a TV show and the network didn't want to put commercials on it, like they're not going to air that TV show because it's not making them any money. So I'm happy it didn't get shut down or anything. Like, it's not like it's blocked.
Top Gun Tori liked my comment on her video.
Cool.
Be funny. I gotta go back through and make sure she didn't just, like everyone's comment. Yeah, it looks like she did.
Oh, you're not special.
Nope. Funny video though.
All right, my brain hurts from watching this guy. I'm done. Although I am starting to think more and more that he's not joking around.
Nah. He's just lonely. They're doing another SWAT reboot. reboot.
Hey,
Saw a remake a fucking long time ago.
did you guys see the new Deadpool trailer?
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like another fantastic soundtrack. That's what I give what's it called? John Wick Chapter 2. I give it a D- on the soundtrack. First one had a good soundtrack. You guys don't like soundtracks? Movie soundtracks? What kind of people are you?
I believe that's a fly. Yeah, I was gonna go Thursday, but she got fucked up.
Did they play St. Elmo's Fire in that? I can't remember what the fuck song they were playing. They played like 3 songs.
So what happened to DB? Did he get jumped by security or something?
It is St. Elmo's Fire. What happened?
Said what happened to DB? He get jumped by security?
Probably wanted to go shopping instead of being followed around by security because
I think he's still videoing. He's still talking.
it is kind of weird to walk in there and point your camera around and talk into the phone. Like you're showing your buddy out in the parking lot. Which one do you want?
Right. Whatever, YouTube does whatever it wants. I know that's an old comment, but I just flipped over to gun channels. Ooh, Foos just joined the text chat. The Foos is loose.
Gee.
Oh man. Yeah, I like guns. Guns are fun.
Yeah. How's your reloading coming?
I deprimed a bunch. And I cleaned a bunch more. I don't have any components, so it makes it hard to put stuff back together.
What's better?
Sounds just as boring as I expected.
Yeah.
What's first, depriming or cleaning?
Cleaning first.
Okay.
Unless you're doing rifle, in which case I guess you clean, deprime, and then clean it again. And then you gotta scrape out the primer pockets and stuff. So it's a little more work.
I keep smacking. That's the yawn now.
Contagious yawn. I'm not falling for no contagious yawn.
Sorry, dude. Someone jinxed me with their sleep schedule the other day. I fell asleep early last night and woke up at like 4 in the morning. And I was up for like an hour and a half and I went back to sleep. And I got up at like 8:30. I don't know who was talking about having a weird sleep schedule recently, but that person's a big jerk.
That was me.
I know it was you. I was just teasing.
I think I fixed it.
Well, that's good. You passed it on to me.
Yeah, it sucked.
So if anyone wants to go to sleep at 10:30 tonight and wake up at 4, let me know. I'll pass it on to you. That's annoying as shit.
It's not good to wake up at 4 when you're wide awake and you have to go to work at you have to be at work at 8. So by the time 10 o'clock comes around, you're like, I need a nap.
Oh, I will give you credit though. At least you did it to me on a weekend. So I mean, you know, I didn't have to do anything today.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Foos Magoose?
I did something today that I didn't want to do, but I wanted to do it.
Oh,
So I did.
It's okay, dude. Just make sure you be a gentleman and call her back.
What'd you buy?
1911 and 40.
What kind
That's
of
what you've been looking for.
monstrosity is that?
Yeah, I decided to go ahead and pull the trigger because I'm like, I was saving up for a roof and I thought it was going to be like $6,000 and it's going to be like $3,500. So I was like, I got extra money.
I just made $3,000 somehow.
Basically.
Yeah, basically.
It's always awesome when something's cheaper than expected.
No kidding. So I bought myself a SIG 1911.
A SIG 1911 in 40 caliber.
Yeah, max edition.
Well, if you're going to get it in 40, you might as well get the external extractor version. So,
yep.
And only SIG, I think only SIG makes that, right?
Correct. The only bad thing is it's a Series 80, so I'm gonna have to get the parts to remove that, which is no big deal.
Remove what? What are you talking about? I don't know what a Series.
The Series
firing pin block.
Yep.
You don't want a firing pin block?
No.
No, you're gonna use it for competition.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So why is that bad? It makes the trigger pull crappy or something?
It does make it a little heavier, yeah.
And you
Here, I'll show
figure you just won't shoot yourself with it?
Yeah, pretty much. Because the only time it's going to be loaded is at the range.
Well, that's what the 85 Combat was. The CZ85 Combat was pre-B, but post-B. They just left the firing pin block out.
Mm-hmm. So this is what it is.
Oh, that looks fancy.
Yeah. Shipped to my FFL with shipping with the 3% charge because I use a credit card. It was still under $1,400.
Was it $1,000 under $1,400?
No.
Oh.
Hey, Foos, did you get the caliber you wanted?
Yeah, it's in 40.
Okay, I thought you wanted 9, or would you want 40 the whole time?
I wanted 40 because with single stack you could have 10 rounds in your magazine and run minor, but most of the time it's not worth it. So you want to run major power factor, and you can't do that legally with a 9mm. You have to do at least a 40 or 45 in a single stack, and 45 is just too expensive because not many people shoot it anymore in USPSA.
So
brass.
Now you've been competing with the double stack, correct?
Yeah, I've been shooting my CZ. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's in like the modified one, right? Like it's not, you don't shoot production, you shoot the other one.
No, I shoot. I shoot it in production.
Oh,
it's production legal. Yeah.
Oh, because all you
this
changed out was the sights and stuff, so it's still considered production.
Is your goal to change over to the this?
No,
he's gonna do it all.
No, I am. The reason I got this gun, this is going to be my play gun. Basically, if like today I shot production, tomorrow I'm going to shoot production. Maybe, like, you know, whenever I have 2 matches in the same weekend, or like the match today, you shoot 1 round. We shoot through twice, so I could go 1 round with my production gun, and then the next round with this gun. Or I could take and, you know, every now and again, if I get tired of shooting, you know, production, if I want to shoot something else, I'll have this out. And then like October, November, December, I may shoot this just as fun or something different than my CZ. So.
Well, congratulations. I know you were looking for something that fits your role.
Yeah, I was looking for right around 1,000 range, but that was plain. But to do everything that this has in it, you know, because I would need to, of course, swap out the sights. This has different hammer. It has a match barrel in it. It's going to be matched, hand fitted to the barrel bushing. It has the mag well. It has the flat trigger. It has all internals. I would have had, you know, $1,900 into the gun to get it to this way. The only one bad thing about the SIGs is they have a squared off slide. So just a regular 1911 holster won't work. No, the entire slide is squared off instead of rounded like a 1911. So you got to get, so the holsters are going to be harder to find.
So when does the new baby arrive home?
I just won it on Gunbroker.
Oh, cool.
So
I wasn't sure how you got it.
It's Gunbroker. No one around here will carry it. And if they do, it'd probably be real close to MSRP, because not many people around here will spend $1,400 on a 1911 unless it's a Kimber. I don't know why they spend that much on a Kimber around here, but they do.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's local preferences, and it goes from father to son to uncle, that sort of a thing, where they hear either good or bad things about brand X or model Y or whatever. Not Y as in the question mark, but I mean as in a variable.
All right, hold on. I'm talking to my FFL right now.
Kimber's like classy from far away, but if you look close, you realize it's the Bunny Ranch.
Dude, no, the Bunny Ranch would be so much better than a Kimber. I like that local gun shop. They have like 5 or 6 different Kimbers in there, and the cheapest ones I think like $10.50 up to like 12 or 13. And I'm like, oh, you know, can I know the girls there. I'm like, can I take the slide off? Yeah, sure. I took the slide off, turned the thing upside down, and the barrel and the locking lugs, I can move the barrel forward and backwards in the locking lugs. So I was like, yeah, no, it's stupid. And I showed them, they're like, that's how all Kimbers are. I'm like, all right. But
yeah, I wouldn't have known that. Cause Only shot 1911s. Never took them apart and messed with them. Never bought one.
I've had a Remington R1 that I shot 5,000 rounds through it, and then I got rid of it during the scare. Just go down to 1 caliber, and now I'm tired of shooting 9mm. I want something else in my hands. I want something bigger that I know I'm shooting. So. Oh, did I tell you? Tell you guys that one of my that my CZ front sight was loose.
Oh, and you were shooting competition.
Yeah, I a couple weeks ago, I went to change out the front fiber because it was starting to get a little dull. So I went and I pulled it off, and I noticed the front sight was moving forward and backwards and up and down a little bit. So I got a new front sight, and whenever I pulled this one off, it looks there's some marks on it. It kind of looks like that something caught it and put a lot of force to it. So, oh well, $40 piece of metal.
I don't like about
what kind of holster?
Sights on CZ.
What kind of holster do you use for that particular one?
For my CZ Blade Tech.
The front sight gang.
Blade Tech. Well, oh yeah, the channel of it is good. I'm thinking it happened in transport.
Oh, okay.
Either transport or something grabbed that front sight and yanked on it.
On their polymer guns, it like slides through the front like the metal ones, but it has a set screw.
Oh, instead of the pin, the cross pin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this one has a cross pin, and it was even like moving on the cross pin because these Dawson front sights, instead of having a like perfectly circular cross pin, it's ovaled out ever so slightly. So, but I got a new one in there that's and I actually got a little bit wider front sight. So, 0.1 or was that 1mm? I'm running a 125, so it's a little bit thicker front sight.
I like that better.
It fills up my rear sight better. I like
it when his rear's filled up better. It needs to be thicker to fill up his rear.
Well, what I'm thinking about doing is getting a narrower rear, so it's a little tighter slot in the rear, and then going back to a 1 fiber in the front, because I like the 1 fiber for distance shooting.
Yeah,
but
I used to like a narrow rear notch, but now I like it wide. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, and really, it all depends on what your front fiber is or your front sight is. Because I like to have not a whole bunch of light on both sides of the front sight as I look through the gun. So if I have a white rear, I'm gonna have to have a wide front. But I like the narrower front so I could shoot at a distance more.
Yeah,
and be a little bit more accurate. So that means I'd have to have a narrower rear. So, whatever. We'll see. If I need to buy new rear sights for my CZ, I'll buy new rear sights. No big deal. Well, I mean, it'll be a couple $100 probably, but and times
just
2 because
like electrical tape and cut the notch out yourself.
Okay, I'll do that.
Make it as narrow as you want.
No. I won't use electrical tape. I'll use that shrink wrap stuff. Put a little heat to it and shrink it down. Yeah, I'll use that, and I'll cut my own
So I'm watching this show called The Prophet. This dude goes in and like invests in a company, and then like he owns part of it, and then he goes around and like he's the boss for a week or whatever, and they make a bunch of changes and shit.
Yeah.
And they're doing this ice cream place, like, you know, sit down restaurant, but it's like known for its ice cream, and they have a little candy store. And the lady who's in charge of the candy store is like the grumpiest lady ever. I think she like hates children because they went to like, you know, he's at the point now, he made the investment. Now they're like going around looking at like other stores and be like, this is cool. So he goes to this candy store that's got all the little bins or whatever, and they're like, dude, we should like do this, like, you know, where you can, you buy a cup, it will be branded like with the place, you know, like a souvenir cup kind of thing, and then for whatever price you get to fill it up. And you know, they have a lot of kids' birthday parties and all that shit. Like, that'd be great, because then when you have a birthday party there, you get however many, and each kid can fill up his own thing. And instantly she goes, wow, it's gonna just be a big mess. I mean, kids are always dropping stuff. I mean, they're gonna open the container up at the table and like drop things at the table, and like, who's gonna take care of this? It's like, dude, lady, do you fucking hate kids or what?
Well, if you sell enough, you could pay another employee to take care of it.
Oh, exactly. That's even Marcus's thing. He's the dude who does invest. He's like,
Yeah.
I don't have any idea how she got in charge of the candy. She sucks at it. Like, because what they have now is all like prepackaged, like fun size kind of candy stuff. And they had these like a focus group come in, and these ladies are in there. They're like, yeah, I think it'd be really cool to have like the penny candy, or like, you know, fill up a little bag or something. Like, you know, those people didn't know that that's what he was just talking about, you know, the day before. And she's like, I mean, this stuff, it's not special. You can buy this at the grocery store. Like, it's just a Milky Way. Like, who cares? And then the lady like jumped in and told like the focus group people, like, well, we're getting away from that stuff because of the hassle and blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, I see that a lot when they bring in a focus group. Like, the person will argue with the people. It's like, you're paying them probably, you know, $10 or something to give their opinion on something. So they give their honest opinion. It's not your job to argue with them and convince them that like you're right already. It's to listen to it and say, oh, okay, you know, 10 people said the exact same thing. Maybe I should change what I'm doing. Anyways, sorry to interrupt gun talk with candy talk,
good.
but
No.
I really enjoy that show. I've been watching it more and more, and
I enjoy it too. I like that one.
Okay. In fact, I've actually seen this episode before. I just forgot how bitchy that lady was. And if I'm not mistaken, they bring in what's that, Sweet Pete or something? Did you ever see that one?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, they bring him in to like set up the candy part of the store. So they carry like his brand of candies, which, you know, that works for Marcus the best, right? Because then he's got two of his companies working together. They're paying each other. But I think that's what they ended up doing. And then they set up something where he'll come in and do a candy making class or whatever, like he does at his own thing. I think he does that every once in a while at the ice cream store. But
yeah.
Anyways, it really kind of makes me want to be an entrepreneur. I just don't know what I would do. Like, I think I might be a good entrepreneur, but then I also know myself, like, on things like today where I was like, I really should go get components. It's already 5 o'clock. I'll just stay in for the night. Like, really, I had time to go do that. I just was being lazy. And so if I run a business, like, I can't be lazy. So I would probably not do good at it.
Yeah, same here. I'd if I was in retail or anything like that, I would be totally like, I'd be bitching out people.
Yeah, I mean, I need to like invent something and then like sell it to industry or something, and then be done. So I don't have to deal with like the general public. I just have to deal with like manufacturing plants or something. I might be even that I have trouble with, because there's been times when I've been sitting in meetings and stuff, and it's like you hear the people talk. It's like I just want to jump up and be like, "You're an idiot. That's not how it works." Like, I know you're the plant manager, but you're a fucking idiot. And guess what? If you call the plant manager an idiot, they don't hire your company to do work in the plant. So you got to bite your tongue on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, same here. There's sometimes I've actually, okay. Luckily enough, I have actually called business partners idiots that give me work. I'm like, that's the wrong thing to do. You're an idiot for thinking about that. What? Why do you think that? I'm like, well, and I give them a whole bunch of reasons. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because you're a freaking idiot and you don't know what the hell you're doing. Because your dad was someone in the company and you got your job through him and you know jack shit just like your dad knows jack shit. I didn't say that back end part, but
yeah. No, see, I'll disagree with people I work with, and like the part you said, I'll explain why this way is better than that way, but I actually I don't really have a lot of like idiots that I work with. Like the people, I'll say the people that are ignorant on certain things, they're smart enough to know that they're ignorant on it. It's like that. There was a time we were going out.
I wish my business partners were smart enough to know that they were ignorant on some topics. I would have much easier to.
Yeah, it's like I was out in the field with like the vice president of the company, part owner, all this stuff, and he was like, "All right, what should we do first?" And I'm like, okay, we need to do this and this. Okay, well, why wouldn't we just do that? It's like, well, this is why. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like, he knows I'm the guy in the field doing it all the time, so I know what I'm talking about. So he was basically there to help me because we needed, more than one person because we had a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. But, he was lucky. He was smart enough to know he doesn't really know what he's doing. Like, he can do the grunt work kind of stuff, but, like, making the decisions on how to fix it, he doesn't really know what to do. So he went to me and I'd try something and, he came up with suggestions and stuff. And some of them were, hey, that is a good idea. Like, it's good to have multiple people thinking about the same problem.
Right.
But other times I'm like, it seemed, because it's very counterintuitive type of business. It seems like, oh, if I just turn this fan up, it will go better. It's like, actually, you want to do the opposite. You want to slow it down. And that makes the air go faster. Like, it's really weird. It's counterintuitive, but that's how it works. It's, I could explain all the physics behind it, but the basic is just trust me. Right. This will fix it.
Right. Yeah. Well, what I think is funny is, of course, I'm in logistics, and people will be like, "Hey, we need to do this." Oh, no, that's the wrong decision. We need to do this for the business. Why? Because if we do it the way you want to do it, you're breaking this, and this business rule that you told me, or that has been, for since BC.
There's a
I called
reason.
BC before Craig's. So, and it's funny. I have business partners now saying, "Oh, is that BC?" Yes. But I'm like, we can't do it this way because you're breaking this, and this rule. Well, I didn't even know we had it. Yeah, because it was BC. That rule's been around since '99 when the system was initially built and designed, and you weren't even at the company, and you got your job because you don't know what the hell you're doing. So I want to tell you the business rules that you should actually know. And
right. Yeah. Well, they're like best practices, right? I mean, there's a reason they came up with it because they tried it the other way and it didn't work that way, type of thing.
Yeah. I mean, whenever you run a hub and spoke system, you can't go hub to hub without going through a spoke.
Yeah. Dumbasses. Even I know that.
Sorry. Other way around. You can't go spoke to spoke without going through a hub.
Well, yeah, obviously I knew that also.
Yeah.
Duh.
So, like, how come we can't just run from here to here? Well, you can if you have two full pups, but you have end-to-end center, and both of them are small centers. You're not going to have pups, two pups going straight to them.
Yeah,
straight
exactly.
to each other.
Duh. What a bunch of idiots.
Yeah. Dang it! I need to get this video off my damn phone.
Yeah, dang it.
Oh, I took video today.
Well, if you're shooting?
Yeah.
I like watching you shooting.
And I picked up a GoPro, so I got different angles as well.
Cool. Yeah, I think I've talked myself into at least doing the practice IDPA thing for a while this spring once the club opens up.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was avoiding it for a while because of the people I used to go with. But
Gotcha.
I've figured out if I run into them, I run into them. Say, hey, what's up? Yeah, I don't see you anymore. Now I see you. And if I don't run into them, then, oh well, I guess they didn't go.
Yeah, so, Arkansas, and I'm going, the hell? Did he have another video? Where's this one from? Oh, that's the okay. Delete that one. So I'm going about 2.5 hours away from where I live tomorrow to shoot, and I'm meeting some buddies about an hour away, and we're carpooling up there. And then another friend of mine that I met a couple weeks ago, I followed on Facebook a little bit, and he's coming from St. Louis area, and he's, there's like 7 or 8 of us that are going to squad together and shoot together. And he's like, yeah, just don't put me, make sure this person aren't on my squad because my ex-wife is fucking this person or stuff like that. I'm like, all right. So he's like, yeah, just don't have us squatted together and we're good. Videos, local matches, March Twin Lakes. Paste. So, I don't know why I said that, but I did say it. It's already 6:40. I'll have to go to bed in a couple hours.
Yo, Slip 2000, natural, all natural.
No idea.
All natural.
I don't know. So, Smeggy, can you see this? Hide. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right. Oh.
Where'd it go? Okay. Foos Magoose.
Yeah.
Locked on ya.
I'm just
walking around, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. So I need to figure I need to tilt it up a little bit more. This is the first time I'm using it.
Playing air gun.
Yep.
Pew, 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 pew. Shooter ready. Hang on. I gotta shuffle my feet 2 more times.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, ready. Oh, not quite. Nope. There we go. Pew, 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 pew. Run, run, run. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew.
So I need to angle the camera up more.
Yeah, unless you're trying to get like upskirt pictures or something.
Yeah, no.
Dude, you just sounded like a starfighter.
Well, we had 40 people here on 4 stages, so yeah.
Beep. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, you raised your leg.
You can't see me. Oh, you guys are delayed then.
Pang, pang.
Pew, 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 pew.
Back.
And then
I'm out of here.
Yep.
Ooh, this will be a close up.
Oh, come on. There we go. To a Texas star.
Pew, 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 pew. Meow.
And that was all alphas.
You didn't look at your gun when you showed clear.
Yeah, I normally don't.
You should look. You got to make sure it actually is clear.
I do. I
The
catch
guy-
the round in my hand. I drop the magazine. Drop the magazine, and I catch it around my hand, and then I show it to the range officer. Show the chamber to the range officer.
How often you gotta clean your mags?
How often do I clean my mags?
Yep.
Yearly. I don't clean them very often. Like my followers are supposed to be blue, and they're almost black. I don't care.
That's too fast. You're gonna hurt somebody.
I'm gonna hurt myself.
You're gonna hurt somebody.
I said shit right there and didn't get it on video or audio, so that's good.
You could just dub in crap.
I could.
That would
I
be
actually
awesome.
said shit, but he's like, oh shit. He had told me about that.
Yo, who's shooting up the white guys?
Not me.
Didn't even tape them up.
Yeah, that I had all alphas on that, and I got about a 90% on that run because my draw was only a 1.5, 1.6, and then my reload is about the same. So I need to do a lot better on that. So, yeah. Stop sharing.
Well, that is pretty sweet.
Yeah. And then I'm going to be signing up for a match.
Need to move to
Here.
Fancy hick states.
Arkansas is not bad enough. Ooh, on Tuesday, I get to what time? What time is this? When 7 p.m. Central on Tuesday, I'm going to sign up for the Mississippi state match in June. So I'll be headed down there. So I got to figure out how to freaking edit all this crap in. I guess I'll just do it all on Facebook. Not Facebook.
Yo, Moon.
Yo.
Did Wildlands come out today?
I don't know. You're lucky I'm in the PlayStation store right now. It's your lucky day. You're gonna find out if my PlayStation wasn't so slow. It's like a whole page for it. Still says pre-order.
Oh, okay.
Take down the cartel.
Which one?
Yeah. I don't know. They don't say. Whatever's in Bolivia. The Bolivian government is mad at whoever makes this game.
Oh.
Ubisoft.
Who gives a shit? It's a freaking video game.
Yeah, he's mad. It's like,
Whatever.
you're depicting my country like it's a bunch of drug dealers.
Okay. Have you seen any of the Grand Theft Autos? We depict our own fucking country like that.
Bolivia's like, I think, world renowned for its cocaine.
I thought that was Colombia.
Colombia,
But
Bolivia. I think Bolivia.
They share a border, so.
Yeah. I think like all the slaves like pick it in Bolivia, and then the Colombians just process it up there. That's what I get from the Tom Clancy movies. What was that one? Where
what?
He had to go down to South America. It had Willem Dafoe in it.
Wasn't that
Clear and Present Danger? I don't think it was Venezuela. It might have been. Is that the name of it? Clear and Present Danger. That's the best one, I think.
Clear and Present Danger had Harrison Ford, William Dafoe.
Yeah.
Colombian cartels. Colombia.
Yeah. FTB that shit. There's guns in that movie.
Okay, what mags?
Clear and Present Danger guns. SIG.
Hey, Spooks, when you gonna get your new child?
What, my new child?
Yeah.
Well, I just ordered it today, so...
Warning. This page contains spoilers. Just SIGs, P226, Beretta 92FS, Glock 17, Gen 1, Gen 2. USP, HK USP. Doesn't say what caliber, but it's a 9. M1911A1. Doesn't say what kind. But I don't trust their picture either. An Olympic Arms. The fuck was that? Olympic Arms 93. The OA 93. You ever see one of those?
What is it?
Olympic Arms OA 93. It's like a AR pistol without a buffer tube. Willem Dafoe's like going through the jungle with that shit.
Fucking I hate how my Chrome switches and is like, oh, you're gonna start using Yahoo instead of fucking Google for primary search. Does it all the damn time. I always have to go in here and change it.
There's a Colt AR-15 Sport 1 carbine mocked up as an XM177 type carbine. That's pretty cool.
$34 a piece.
Norenko Type 56 AK. Both underfolders and fixed stock. It just says custom AKMS for the next AK. Muzzleite MZ14 bullpup. Thing's fugly. Fugs. M24 sniper rifle. Springfield 1903A3. M14. M1 Garand. HK91A2. FM FAL. There's just all kinds of guns in this movie. HK94A3. Looks like an MP5.
Oh shit, the ETMs only are in 9 and 40. Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to pay $38 per magazine for this 1911.
That's crazy.
Wilson Combat. I heard that anything that you run Wilson Combats with 40 and 9mm. So that'll be something I get next month. What?
Still reading off the guns in the movie. MP5K. Tech 9. Uzi carbine. Ew. Remington 870. M60. M60 E3. Browning M2 aircraft. These were all mounted on vehicles. Who gives a shit? M203 grenade launcher. Type 69 RPG. These are things that we should have.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would definitely have an RPG in my shit.
I have an RPG underneath the AK right behind me.
You don't know when you got to blow something the fuck up.
Of course.
Self-defense.
No. Pizza Man's here. They put anchovies on your pizza. I mean, hell, right there. That's plenty of reason.
Yeah, I figured you would have went and got an STI, Foos.
No.
How is it light out, Pink? It's nighttime.
It's called lights.
This is floodlights.
Can't you see the shadow?
Oh, okay. I didn't notice that at first. At first I was like, oh yeah, he's like on the West Coast. I'm like, wait, no, he's not. What the fuck? It's dark outside.
Well, if you take into account the flat Earth.
The flat Earth.
Half day, half night where he's at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went out to the West Coast and stole Charlotte from Hosh.
Oh yeah. Looks like you stole two of her.
Yeah, that dog run around and get some exercise.
Yeah, don't just
holy crap. Dude, if I was a dog, I would look like that.
You got to tie a hot dog to a stick in front of them. They'll run around and eat it.
We're so mean.
Tell that dog to go run around. It's just standing there. Go on, run around. Go on.
Yeah, she's an old girl. That's the one I went out to Pittsburgh.
Maybe she could do that water.
From a rescue group.
The water tank treadmill. For real. Because the older they are, it's better for them.
Oh. 4:15 is going to be way too fucking early.
I think dogs like to swim too.
Most dogs do, some don't.
All the dogs I had do. That one might sink to the bottom.
And so I had one, he liked the water, but he liked standing in the water. When he had to swim, he did not like it as much. And we could rarely get him to like jump off the dock. Like he didn't realize that like you could jump on the water. Where the other one was just like a dumb idiot, would just like run off the end of the dock like nothing and be like, oh wait, I'm wet now. That's weird. Where'd the ground go? It's like, you're such an idiot. But she would swim all over the place. It was, fuck, dude, we had to go out to the middle of the lake one time. She was chasing ducks. She was swimming after ducks, and they were just, like, swimming away. She kept going after them. It was out in, like, the middle of the fucking lake. It's like, oh, Jesus. We went out on the paddle boat. It was like, okay, come follow us back now. But they liked it when the lake froze over.
There you go, shoot single stack, Foos?
Yeah.
Okay. How many rounds is that? 10?
Single stack's 8.
8, okay.
Yeah. Well, 8 for major. So yeah. 8 for major, and the mags I'm looking at getting are going to be 9-rounders. So.
Now you're getting now will like Wilson Combats, will they fit in the SIG?
Yeah. Yep. That's what I'm going to end up having to get. I heard that they're the most reliable.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun.
Yeah, I think when I got mine, they were like $35 a piece.
Wilson mags?
The Wilson Combats, yeah.
Yeah. Did you get ETMs?
I think so.
Yeah, they don't make ETMs for 40. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna order one mag and make sure one of them runs, and then I'll go ahead and order more.
Yeah. I was gonna say I figured you would have went and got an STI. Figured you would have made Ballistic offer on his and got it running right.
No, I want to beat Ballistic using both major power factor, but me only have 8 rounds and him have 20 rounds. No, there's some guys up here that are running limited minor, and I told them that they're stupid, and I'm going to beat them with the fewest rounds as possible. So that's one reason I want to single stack that and something different.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to have to deal with the STI.
Now production is 10 rounds, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is that soup episode where there was like a a silent partner kind of lady that no one would ever talk about. Because the dude runs the store with his wife, and the wife thinks that he's cheating on her with like this other lady. So like they were trying to like fire her and stuff and not like talk about her at all. Did you ever see that episode?
No.
Well, it's interesting because like yeah,
It's the show where the guy goes in and yells at everybody.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Because they're doing stupid shit.
Oh, the Kitchen Nightmares, that one, or the Bar Rescue one.
The Bar Rescue, yeah.
Yeah. The local bar I used to go to almost got picked for Bar Rescue. They were in like the final 3, and then they ended up picking a different one, which is good because I personally think he ruins bars. I mean, I'm sure they make a lot of money, but he's all about like, you know, pouring out the exact right amount and like all this different shit. And it's like, I like that dive bar kind of feel. Like I like sitting there talking to the bartender for 15 minutes because there's not many people
like
in there.
the dive bar kind of dirt that he was finding everywhere.
Oh, well, yeah. And this place wasn't like dirty or anything, at least as far as I know. But just like that idea of, you know, I don't know.
The drunker you are, the dirtier the glass they give you.
Maybe.
Oh, no.
I always got the special glasses though that came from. There was one refrigerator that got the glasses like freaking like ice on the outside of them. You know, like frosted mugs, but like chunks of ice. All the other ones weren't cold enough. So, but then they ended up firing my bartender that I liked. I haven't really been back there since. I went there a little bit right after it, but then it's like it's not the same feel. I mean, I like the other people who worked there. I knew everyone who worked there, but the one specific one I liked the best. But you can almost see it coming though. It's like on Wednesdays was the day of the week that like a bunch of other people that I don't know, they worked at like some different restaurant that closed at I don't know, like 10 or something. They would come over like after they got off work, and they were all friends with hers. And like it started, you know, she'd be drinking a little bit with them, like doing a shot or something. And okay, that's fine. You can still get your job done. You know, I guess it's kind of against the rules or whatever. And then it just got more and more to where she was like wasted by the end of the night. It's like, yeah, that's probably not a good plan.
Probably not.
You ever been in a bar fight?
Not really. No. I kind of almost got into one, but it wouldn't have really been that much of a fight because the whole bar was on our side.
Flip fight.
This dude came in. This was where my buddy runs karaoke at this bar, and it's actually another kind of like, you know, neighborhood bar. Like everyone in there knows each other pretty much. There's always ever like a couple of tables of people who we don't know, but other than that, we all know each other. We don't necessarily always talk to each other, but we know each other. So these guys came in at like 1:45 and wanted to sing karaoke. And he's like, "I'm sorry, dude. Like, we're getting ready to stop. Like, I got a couple people on the list, and then, you know, it's already last call and shit. Like, you know, we're done." And he got all pissed off. He ended up like backing my buddy up against the bar and yelling, "You don't fucking know how to run a business," but yelling this shit. And I could see stuff was coming, so they were kind of standing next to me. So I stood up, moved my chair out of the way, and there was one chair in between us. I grabbed that and moved that out of the way. And so like my buddy kind of had a place to sidestep and kind of get out of the way because otherwise he was like backed up into the bar. And the guy ends up like pushing my buddy. So I put my hand on his shoulder and just kind of extend my arm. I was like, "You need to back up." And his other buddies jump up, right? So they're thinking it's 4-on-2. Like, we're going to kick these guys' asses. So it's like, okay, you know, I'm trying to see which one can I kind of tie up or whatever. Well, when they jump up, fucking the whole rest of the bar jumps up, and they quickly realize that it was like 20-on-4. And by that time, the bartender was already like, "Get the fuck out!" And she fucking chased him out in like 2 seconds. So it wasn't a fight or anything, but that was probably the closest I ever came to getting in a fight in a bar. Because like if he would have swung at my friend, like more than just push him, if he would have like thrown a punch, I would have thrown one right back into at least one of the guys that had jumped up. But more so, I'm not a fighter. I mean, shit, I more so would just try and kind of tie the guys up so they don't hurt people, type of thing.
I went to a lot of bars when I first turned 21, and my friend moved uptown. He started hanging out with this dickhead that would start a fight everywhere he goes. So every time we went to a bar, every bar we went to, he'd start a fight. Like it would turn into a bar brawl.
That's
One
stupid.
time, this fucking guy threw like a olive fork at me, or like a ice pick or some shit, and I wung a mustard bottle and I hit him right in the face. And then the whole bar followed us out to the parking lot. We got away. But I didn't really like bars. I never did.
Same here.
Well, I like bars when you can just sit down and chill, but you know, like a neighborhood sports bar kind of thing. But I'm not in the bar fight scene.
No, this guy, you couldn't bring him anywhere. You couldn't even bring him to the mall. He would try to fucking fight somebody.
Yeah, see, I don't like that kind of stuff. I distance myself from people like that pretty quickly. I mean, I guess in high school, some of the people I hung out with were a bit of fighters, but I was always just kind of like back up. Like I'll stand in the back of the group because I was tall, so it's like I can see over them and see what's going on. But like, I'm not like a big tough guy, so I really don't feel like getting punched in the face. So the extent of those kind of fights pretty much was, you know, other guys were throwing fists and shit, and I was mostly just like grabbing people, keeping them from like jumping in, because that's the thing that always bugged me. Like I don't care, like if one dude has a problem with another dude, okay.
I tried to stop a fight once, and I almost got elbowed, and this dude would have I would have been done, because I backed off real quick because I realized, like, he didn't really want to be broken up, because I knew him. He was the bar owner, and he was like pounding this guy in the face.
And see, I wouldn't necessarily like try and break the fight up.
Well, it was my instinct to stop this guy from getting face bashed in, because it looked pretty bad. But as soon as I went up, I realized that I was going to be next if I fucking got in the middle of it. So
yeah, well, it is different though. If it's your buddy getting pounded, then yeah, you kind of gotta jump in.
It wasn't my buddy. It was the guy that I knew. The bar owner was the guy that was pounding the one guy's face in.
Right. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So that's, well, the guy who was getting pounded, his buddy should have jumped in, but that's no, I was more just I'm trying to keep the third guy out, because that was my whole point, was like nothing bugs me more. Well, some stuff bugs me more, but one of my pet peeves is like, okay, two guys, they don't like each other, whatever. You can tell there's going to be a fight. They start fighting. Okay, great. They made their own decision. Even if they're my friends, like unless it's getting bad, fine, you guys made your own decision. But when the other guy's friend jumps in and makes it a 2-on-1 or something,
that's
like,
stupid.
Yeah, fuck you. So I'm gonna grab. It's almost like hockey etiquette. I'll grab a guy and tie him up, and you know, keep him from swinging punches, and I can like wrestle and shit, kind of. So like I can do that kind of stuff and kind of keep them out of the thing. Like let them do their okay, it's over now. And that's the other thing. If someone gets down on the ground, like, no, you're not gonna fucking kick him in the face and shit. Like it's done. You need to draw a line. You win, you lose, whatever. It's over. No hard feelings. We'll buy you a beer, you know, whatever. I don't care. So that was always my role in the fights, where just you know, just keep everyone from odd numbers. But again, those weren't bar fights. That was like high school fights.
If there's a beef, keep it between the two people that are beefing. Everyone else, stay the fuck out of it.
That's my opinion. And again, like I said, unless when it gets to the point where, you know, the one guy has clearly won, it's like, okay, enough's enough. Then that's when I'll jump in. But even then, I'm not jumping in throwing punches at the guy. I'm jumping in just grabbing him. You know,
right?
And trip him or throw him to the ground or something.
Gonna kill your buddy.
Yeah, but if the guy you're trying to grab is like fucking the Hulk, you're probably not gonna step in. Your instincts to fucking be like, nope. because that's
Yeah.
what my situation was.
Yeah, it depends. Like I said, if I see an opportunity, like a grab or a trip or something, then I'll do that. I don't have big, beefy arms, but I have lanky arms, which gives me lots of pivot. I can get the leverage on them.
So one of the shooters today, he is an Olympic bodybuilder, and like a few months ago, he won like some national title or something like that. His biceps were probably about the size of my head today. Freaking nuts. Again, I don't know why I said that. Man, I've been saying some odd shit today, and I haven't even been drinking.
Maybe that's your problem.
I can't drink. I got to be up early.
Oh, what kind of warrior spirit is that?
None. I never said I had a warrior spirit.
I was getting my car fixed today. It was supposed to be done, but they put the brake line on and the brakes started leaking, so it was a bad brake line. So now I have to wait till tomorrow till they get the new brake line to put it in.
I think I'm going to do it tomorrow. So on a Sunday?
Oh, yeah, it's just a guy in his garage.
Yeah.
It does it on the side. We're getting like the $1,200 worth of work done for $350.
Dude, tell that guy to go down to Arizona and help G-Webs out.
Just send him there.
Yeah. Fly him there.
You like bayonets, right?
Pay him in bayonet bayos. Bayos and AK parts.
Is G-Web's lagging behind, or is that he just making a hashtag from earlier?
I think he's just bringing it back. Fill up the rear.
You got to make a side picture with a really tight rear patch and have that hashtag at the bottom.
I mean, I like when they got tight rears, but I don't want mine filled up. That's where me and Foos differ.
Oh, he's making it great again.
Making hashtags great again. Man, I've been stuck watching all of these Jimmy Fallon things with like he does hashtag things like, worst breakup or stuff my dad says or like
yeah.
It's pretty funny. I don't know why. Like it just like when you watch something and then you end up watching like you click on a couple other like related videos, well then they start popping up all over the place now. So it's like I just keep seeing all these new ones. And so I've been on a kick like all day watching them. But I do have to say his little sidekick, I don't really watch a show, but like his little sidekick dude is just fucking annoying. He just like jumps in, like, yeah, how about I'm like, shut up, dude. Like, just read the tweets and laugh. Like that's, you don't need much more than that. I just think they're funny. What about Jimmy Fallon? You don't think he's funny?
Fallon, he's a sellout.
He's yeah.
Well, that's what's nice about these tweets. Is it's not like him.
He had Trump on, and then everybody gave him shit. So then they just started making fun of Trump. Because he's a chump. He is funny, though. I kind of like him.
It's like Seth Meyers. I can't even watch him anymore. It's like he turned his whole comedy thing into, I'm a political comedian now. I cannot stand him.
It takes a certain type of comedian to be political. Like, honestly, I like Jon Stewart. I don't agree with all of his politics, but like I think he did a decent job of, obviously he made fun of Bush and all that stuff, but he made fun of Obama too. Like he was left leaning for sure, but if something really crazy happened, like he would make fun of it. And I thought he was fairly funny. But like the new guy, I can't stand that dude. So I stopped watching that thing a long time ago. And then Colbert, I liked him when he was on his show, and when he went to like the Tonight Show, he's not like Stephen Colbert anymore. He's just some dude. So I think he's dumb now too.
Well, that's because Stephen Colbert on the Colbert Report was it was satire. He was supposed to be a right wing guy or conservative.
Well, ish. I mean,
everybody knew that it was a liberal.
Right, and even his character like was only kind of conservative type. Like he would what would you say it? Like he would kind of go like far right in a way that like you knew obviously he was making fun of him or whatever, which I think that's fine and whatever. I did think he was funny, but yeah, his entire like comedic thing changed when he went to the Tonight Show. It's like not the same person. And even when he was talking, like it's just weird because he'd be talking about non-political things, right? Like he always had like Neil deGrasse Tyson on and different actors and shit, and like he was just a funny person. And then somehow he's not that same person anymore. Oh, someone at the ATM? What's your code number? 1, 2, 3, 4.
PIN number, please.
That's only an idiot would have that number. Yes. Remind me to change my luggage. Old Spaceballs.
Delicious step. I'm hungry.
All right, one of these little tiny Spyderco knives. So tiny.
Teeny tiny.
Hey, Smeggy, are you gonna sell that ringtone?
Am I gonna do what?
Are you gonna sell that ringtone?
Sell a ringtone? No.
No, that every second matters ringtone.
Oh, is that a ringtone now?
Oh man, I couldn't have that.
I couldn't have it because I fucked up.
You did it good the very first time you did it?
What?
You did it. You can pull it from the very first time you did it. You did it good. You did it before a long time ago.
Oh, I did on a hit or miss. Yeah, it wasn't as good though.
Yeah. Wasn't?
No.
Wasn't there another person with an instrument in there?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember.
A guitar.
Oh, the rap.
Yeah, Raph. I need this upper. Who the fuck makes it?
Which one?
The fuck? I tag you on the Instagram that I'm looking at, but JP Ordnance. I hate that guy. I hate that guy's avatar.
Yeah, what a jerk.
JP Morgan, fucking company that ripped you off.
I thought BCM made a flat dark Earth complete lower. No, I can't find it.
man.
No, it's just the arrow precision. Maybe that's what I was thinking.
But you.
Well, I guess I'll get the arrow precision.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave this running. You guys drop the link whenever you feels like it. Have fun.
All right.
And good luck tomorrow, Foos.
We'll do. Got to be on the road at 5 a.m.
Well, did he leave it locked on himself?
I don't know.
How can
I'm not watching.
I see your thing now pop up.
Okay.
So I have to go in about 5 minutes.
How long ago did Smeggy start this?
4 or 5 or something. 5. I can't tell. One of them went off air, and then he had to restart it. It's not going to go all night.
Well, late night's been kind of hit and miss lately.
Well, it got busy early this morning.
Yeah.
Not real busy, but there was enough people in there. But it was off air too.
Yeah, was it a good chat this morning?
Was there what?
Was it a good chat?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I forget what the fuck we were. Oh yeah, fossil fuels.
So what's up with this Brandon and his lightsaber?
He bought a lightsaber.
He's addicted to lightsabers now, so that's his new hobby.
Yeah, I saw it.
Like the alien, the gun from Aliens. Thought he was building that shit.
He was in last night and he like bought a $2,000 one and went to plug it in and shit fried or something. And
He's got no, it just blew the batteries. He after all you guys left, he was playing with it and checking the batteries and stuff like that, and he got it working.
did
Yeah.
shit. I thought he said that wires were melted and circuit boards and all that shit. Was
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, but it started up.
Huh? That's good.
Yeah.
Probably just made it a little stronger. Like now, none of that stuff's gonna break off.
Yeah, he was pretty upset when I jumped in.
Yeah.
I just saw a meme says apparently Neil Armstrong used to tell unfunny jokes about the moon and follow them up with I guess you had to be there. I so hopefully that happened.
Neil Armstrong, the guy that says there's a obelisk on one of the Mars's moons.
I don't know.
He believes in aliens. UFOs.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I was having trouble. I had to reboot.
Oh, I thought you left because of a bar fight. The bar fight talk.
Oh no, I was trying to talk during that because you were talking about that program, Bar Rescue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a bar down the street from here done by a guy. I think it was the first or second season. One flew over the handlebars. It was called. It was about a biker bar.
Oh, okay.
It was
Now, did it?
owned by two sisters, and they would fight on the floor and stuff.
Now, is it still in operation?
Yes, it is. But a lot of the stuff he done, like he put a big, painted a big Murray, the word for it, Murray on the side of a motorcycle, and put big, giant, humongous handlebars on the roof. Well, he didn't get planning permission, so they had to take all those down after he left. But yeah, it was great for about a month, and business went back to normal.
Yeah, and the thing is the business had to pay for all the renovations, not him. So, at least from what I understand.
Oh yeah, I guess some bars figure it's free advertising. I don't know.
Maybe
they're about to remodel anyway. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, if that was the case, she spent a lot of money because, her kitchen was so bad that she had closed it down years ago. You know.
Yeah, but she probably didn't realize that. She probably thought it would be a lot more to put a new kitchen in, when it probably wasn't as much as she thought.
Yeah, but if you weren't doing the business, why replace it, Just shut it down.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, if you want a kitchen in your bar, that's what I think he's talking about. And then just make it a bar. Why not have a kitchen and have all the services people want, so that you make more money? Yeah, I would hate to have to manage my own restaurant or something and have to put up with
Yeah, the best part of the whole renovation was the Harley they put on the back of the bar.
Nice.
All right, well, I'll be back.
I'll be back.
I gotta go pick up my
Yes.
girl.
I gotta go take a freaking shower. I stink.
Later.
Later. I don't know whether to start one up and have it as a backup or not.
You working on it?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go in.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how long this one's been running.
It looked like 3 hours, so I'd say 5. So it'll stop at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Being a weekend, it's possible people might chat all night, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah, like you said a little bit ago, it is a little hit or miss these days.
So what do you think of that story I posted on the page this morning?
On the main page?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, to be honest with you.
It pretty much is an insight to where all the guns in Chicago are coming from.
Whoa, and what are they saying? Out of state?
Nope. From right in Chicago. The Chicago's the largest railroad hub in the nation.
Mm-hmm.
And the gangs are breaking into boxcars. And 3 times in the past, I think they said 5 years, they've hit, the cars that they've hit have been carrying guns.
Holy shit.
I'm trying to remember how many they said how many guns they got in this last haul last year. But it was a huge shipment from Ruger. Let's see.
So this got to be like organized crime stuff. This ain't just no little street gangs.
No, it's gangs. No, it's gangs. It's just street gangs.
What?
Yeah. See, the guns were en route from New Hampshire weapon maker Ruger to Spokane, Washington. Let's see. Let's see. 2015 heist was 111 guns. There was one in 2014. Let's see. It's not saying how many guns were stolen this last time. It said 16 of them have been recovered since the 2015 break-in.
Those are the ones laying next to the dead bodies.
Yeah. Well, that or they got them off of gang members when they've, arrested them or something like that. Oh. Let's see. There was a boxcar burglary in Atlanta in 2012 of 100 assault rifles. Let's see. I thought they had a street value of the... Yeah, within hours, the gangs were selling the stolen weapons valued at around $50,000 in all. So that's a shitload of guns. And actually, the thieves belonged to 2 gangs and teamed up only after running into each other in the yard because they couldn't whisk enough guns away alone. So instead of fighting it out on the rail yard, they teamed up and cashed in.
They had to have some people on the inside to
No,
know the legit.
no, it's random stuff.
Just
It's,
random.
I mean,
They just go pop open
random.
a train car and see what's in it. And, oh shit, we got
Yep.
guns today.
Yep, exactly. That's what it is.
Oh man.
Let's see, finding. Let's see. See, on the night of the theft, gang members found and kept a shipment of women's sandals. Finding guns later was luck, not an inside job. New pretrial filings describe one thief using expletives to convey the excitement as he ripped open boxes of guns. Oh man, he says, these are pretty. So yeah, they're just there's so many railways coming together that the trains are sitting there for days, and it's just prime targets.
Sounds like they need better security at the rail yard.
Yeah. Yeah, the railway said that it's just easier to file it on insurance.
Than to
Instead
actually
of,
secure it.
spend them. Yeah.
Makes you wonder just how much money and goods are actually taken out of there each year.
Yeah, a lot.
God, you would think that the rail yards and stuff would have just as much security as ports and all that, but I guess not. I've traveled by train before, and I've always been surprised at the lack of security.
I went to let up a chat. It won't let me do any monetizing or anything anymore. Yeah, I'd say it won't be long before they shut us all down.
Just hangouts, period.
That's probably coming.
Wonder if there's something better out there coming or what.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I know one night I was looking at other programs that we could use. Okay, I got the late one running, so if somebody wants to copy that for later, just in case I don't see you guys when this chat ends.
Okay. Was that the first one you posted or the second one?
The first one.
First one.
Second one I posted was this one.
All right, first one's a new one. Gotcha.
So I'm gonna have to get out of here. Head to work. I'll talk to you guys later.
Right on, man. Have a good one. Thanks.
Yep. See ya.
Wow, this is a very talkful bunch. Hottie, Rick, you there?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. You been reloading much?
Oh, no.
Yes, yeah, I'm here.
Anything. Probably start back up again once my shooting spots thaw out. Main spot I go to is under 10 foot of snow right now. Wouldn't be fun policing brass up there right now.
That's why you shoot them now, and then you pick it up whenever the snow melts. And you'll have to dig down into the ground to get it.
Shit, if you could be one of the first ones up there when the snow melts, I bet you could make out pretty good.
Well, the thing is, when the snow melts, it'll push it all into the ground pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, last time I was up there, it was a muddy mess.
One more to load, and then I can put it together.
Sorry, I'm watching the latest Yankee Marshall video.
Which one was that? I can't even remember.
He just put one out between Glock and the U.S. Army.
Oh.
Thought the Army just decided to go with the 6.
Yeah, but Glock is putting in a petition saying that it was unfair or something like that.
Yeah, Yankees just saying here, well, their clock's past their prime. They started it, but now they've been left behind.
.320, I mean, or the SIG, I mean, that's far from a proven gun at this point, though.
True. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, Glocks are the iPhone of the gun industry. That's how he claimed it. I tell you what, I don't know why I watch him. He annoys the hell out of me, but I watch every video he puts out.
All right, I'm back.
Did you say you were reloading something?
Right now, no. No, I won some 1,000 large pistol primers about a year and a half ago, and I don't load anything with any large pistol primers for So a buddy of mine, he's thinking about going from production to single stack and shooting a 45. So I said, well, if you decide to do that, I'll go ahead and bring these 1,000 primers up, and I'll just give them to him. So he says he's going to talk to me tomorrow about it.
Wasn't it the 40s that can take either large or small? Certain cases?
No, that's 45.
That's 45.
40 is still small. One more game. No, not that.
So that more warrior ships.
Yeah. Why am I not opening up Pandora? I don't want Pandora. No scope. Join the conversation.
Y'all sound bored.
Oh, we are.
Totally.
Actually, I'm going to be going to bed here in about an hour.
Last
4:15 is going to get here awfully early.
Oh yeah. Last week things didn't really liven up in chat till after midnight.
That's usually how it is on weekends.
I don't suppose anybody's got any experience with a magneto speed chronograph.
No.
Sorry, no.
Just bought one yesterday, so.
Do you chrono your stuff, Foos?
I do, not all the time. Basically, what I do is I'm like, okay, I need to make a certain power factor with this projectile. So I make the power factor, and I figure out how much powder and stuff is in there, and then I load that. And then, out of the first 1,000, I'll go grab a random sampling, and then I'll go ahead and chrono them, and then if that's good, I'm just like, I just remember what the powder, how much powder I'm putting in, and go. Like my 9mm, I put 4.2, 4.3 grains in, and I go. So.
So the power factor thing that you're talking about, what, it's got to shoot at a certain feet per second?
Yeah. It has to be, for mine, I have to be 125, or 125 power factor, which basically, since I'm running 125 grain bullet, means I have to run 1,000 feet per second. So I run mine at 1,040 feet per second. So, and then whenever I get my 40 in, I have to make 165 power factor. So I don't know if I'm going to run 180s or 200 grain projectiles. So we'll see.
Is that just for competition or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just recently just started screwing around with precision rifles, so I'm really trying to.
Yeah, you need something extremely accurate, more accurate than normal chronographs. Yeah, I got about 7,500, 8,000 9mm loaded up right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and whenever I have dies and everything for the 40. So whenever I get my projectiles and the gun and everything in, I'm only gonna have 2 mags, so I'm not gonna have a ton of mags to go. So I'm gonna take and spend some time figuring out what the gun likes, the way it's currently sprung. And then if anything, I'll change a recoil spring in it. And
I've decided that I hate my 9mm dies. I want to replace.
What do you?
So for the 9mm, I got the Hornady.
Really, I love my Hornady.
Those custom grade ones. For whatever reason, copper builds up inside the bullet seating die. And it grabs that thing real bad when I try to lift it out. But
bullet seating? Do you expand on your whenever you're putting powder in?
No. I have to rethink how I have the 9mm set up. They're all different, but no, yeah, not with that one. I don't do a powder through expander. So it's a separate operation.
All right, because whenever I run a powder throw expander with my 9, that's what sticks, not the bullet.
Oh, with the 45, I've got the whole Lee set up. That's powder through expander, and that one grabs like crazy, especially if I've got brand new brass.
Yeah, so I flare on a separate stage than I pour powder.
Yeah, I'm doing the same, and I kind of like that better than the powder through expanders.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah, so the powder measure that I changed to, I put an RCBS quick change powder measure on top of a Hornady case activated powder drop, and that so far has been that's been awesome. But for whatever reason, those 9 mils, as soon as I get to that bullet seating step, it just seems like copper and or brass just starts building up in that die, and when it does, it just starts grabbing like crazy. So I'll get about.
I run. See, I do. It's probably copper. You're probably what's probably happening is you're probably shaving off copper off your projectile.
Yeah, I'm noticing a ring around the ogive on some of them, not all of them, but some.
I wonder if you're crimping too much.
I mean, I guess that could be a possibility. But, you know, I could try backing off the crimp a little bit. But I was really shooting for like 1 to 2 thousandths on the crimp. I'm not looking for anything crazy.
Yeah. What I do on my crimp is all I do on my crimp is don't hit me, damn it. I just unflare. So my crimp isn't much.
That's basically all I'm looking for, is just to take the flare out of it. I mean,
yeah. Because I run polymer coated bullets, and I of course I haven't looked up there. I know my expander die, I have shit everywhere. I need to take them all the way apart and redo them, but I'm gonna wait until I get finished with my black bullets and go to my my other bullets. So my H&S bullets.
I pulled that Hornady die apart, cleaned it out real good, and it started running smooth again. But after about 200 rounds or so, 250 rounds, it starts running into that problem again.
Yeah, I probably have 30 to 40,000 rounds without cleaning my 9mm dies. And they're Hornady, custom grade.
Yeah, I don't know if I just got a bad one or what. But, you know, none of my other seating dies for any of my other, because I got RCBS for the 38 special. I've got the Lee for the 45. I've got also Lee for the 223. I've not had any troubles with that except for that die.
Gotcha.
Just the Hornady, and it's I don't know. I guess I've just, when I started using the RCBS dies for the 38 special, I just like the way they work so much better.
Okay, that's fine. The reason I like the Hornady is because it has that thing on it.
Kind of like that floating collar that drops down.
Yes, I absolutely love that.
What is that supposed to do, anyways?
Straighten your bullet out. So if your bullet is cockeyed at all, it straightens it out before it starts pushing onto your brass.
Oh, well, I guess if I was running like progressive or whatnot and was trying to haul, you know, trying to crank out as many as possible, that might be helpful. But
yeah, I
mean, see that.
Like I think last Sunday, I loaded and chamber checked 3,000 rounds. So
yeah,
I go mass.
I got a turret press. That would take me a while.
Yeah, I start off with the turret press, and I would do about 200 an hour on it, and that's everything already set up, moving.
Yeah, I got that Lee Classic one, and basically what I keep doing as my process is evolving, as I'm going more and more towards using it like a single stage.
Really, I always kept mine, because what I did is I put all of my bullets, all of my brass right side up, right next just to the left of the press itself, and then I set out all my bullets right side up, right on in front of them. So I had everything already set up. So I was just cranking, and I was able to put about 200 rounds an hour out of it.
Yeah, what's killing me is that I keep running into issues with that primer system that's on the thing. So I pretty much gave up on that, went and got myself a hand primer. So I'll go and decap, resize them all, and then I'll just take them inside, sit down at the table, and just prime them out.
Yeah.
and then I'll run the rest of the operations after that.
For a while, I was running. I was hand priming for my progressive press for a long time, and then I finally said I got to get this damn thing running. So I worked with it, and finally got it reliable and running. So
shit, I'm still just using a single stage.
Yeah, I have a single stage too. I have a rock chucker.
I can run about 100 an hour. Pistol rounds, not rifle rounds. That's about half that.
Oh, dude, when I started messing around with precision rifle, it's taken me like 2 to 3 hours to load 50 rounds of that, just because I'm measuring everything.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I generally run.
But basically, what I do is I put all my powder whenever I go and get it set up. I measure like the first two, or I drop first 2 or 3 and just toss them back into the top, and then 4 or 5 through it. I'll weigh, and if it comes out 4.2, 4.3, I'll do a couple of them, and then I'm off and running. I think I changed my setting on my powder measure a year and a half ago was the last time I touched it.
My powder measure seems to be throwing pretty good. When I start messing with the extruded powders, it's not quite on there.
And with the flat, the ball powder is great in it, or a small disc powder.
Oh yeah, if I start throwing like for the handgun rounds, the 231, the WST, whatever I got, just I check the first couple and I just start running with it. I don't really mess with it much after that.
Yeah, like I had a High Stroker 800, and that is a real big flake, and it wouldn't. My Hornady measure wouldn't throw it at all. It was so inaccurate. Same with the extruded stuff. Yeah, like I run Ramshot Zip, and every time it's 4.2, 4.3, 4.2, 4.2, 4.2, 4.3. So,
yeah, the because I'm trying to really get into the whole precision rifle thing, and I am basically just using the rifle that I had, which is pretty much a bone stock Bushmaster. Internally, there's nothing that's really been changed with that rifle internally. So I got a chrome line 16-inch barrel. The only thing it's got going for it is the fact that it's free floated. But a couple of days ago, was it? Yeah, 2 days ago, I went and put 5 shots into 6/10 of an inch.
Damn.
So I'm getting there, and that was actually the second load workup that I did, and that was the last 5 shots of the day.
You weigh in every round for precision?
Oh, I'm throwing a charge low. I'm trickling up. Yeah. That's why it's taking me 2.5, 3 hours to load 50 rounds.
Yeah, I weigh every round when I'm trying to.
Do you have a Charge Master?
I do not. I've got a balance beam scale and a trickler.
When I'm running a handgun, I weigh every 10th round. And there's no real reason. I just have always done it.
Yeah, with the handguns, I'm throwing like mid-range on between min and max and load data, and every time I've weighed those charges, they've never been off. Once I set it, it's done. Because I'm using the fine flake powders.
I almost never have to adjust either, but I still weigh every 10th. Just it's habit.
I don't. I mean, single stage, yeah, you have to because you're touching them anyway, so you might as well. But I don't. I really don't. I used to do a lot more, and I just I trust the damn thing. You powder in it, I'm good.
I don't burn through shitloads of rounds though, so it's not like I have to load huge quantities. If I load 200 to 400 rounds a month, I'll use far less ammo than that. So
yeah, I shot 200 rounds today.
I shot about probably 175 today, but it's rare.
I'm gonna end up.
I bought myself a new Ruger Blackhawk to deer hunt with this year, and I fiddled with that a little bit, and I sighted in a couple of rifles, so more than I usually do when I go to the range. Usually it's range, I may shoot 50 to 100, just make sure that my carry gun's working and still putting bullets where I want them to go. But I took both of my 22s out to sight the scopes in again because last time I had them out, I missed a squirrel, and the guns are still there, so it was my fault, I guess. I can't blame the gun.
I'm just hoping that group that I did the other day is repeatable.
No kidding.
Yeah, I was cheesing pretty hard when I saw that when I walked up to grab the target. But yeah, I'm at the point where I'm hand feeding bullets into the gun with the AR. Loads of fun.
First time out of the box with the Blackhawk, I shot about 2 inches at 20 yards, freehanding it. I was pretty surprised that I was able to do that well with the thing, never having touched one before.
I'd be real happy doing that with any handgun.
Oh yeah, I couldn't do that with my Smith.
I did some playing around with low development for the 686, but I just I was using the powder that I had on hand, kind of deal. So I just 231 as the load that I've been using, and I'll do all right, out to 20 yards, but it's not like 2 inches now.
I have been running tight group, and I found that my carry gun likes it on the high side, pretty hot, which kind of surprised me, but boy, it was doing well today.
Yeah, all the loads that I tried with the 686 were about the same, so I figure I'm pretty much within operator error margins. So I just kind of picked one of the loads about mid-range, stuck with.
Yeah, I really don't want hot loads myself, but I want what the gun likes best, so I'll stick with the load I was using today. Hell, I about forgot I actually bought a Smith & Wesson SD9 today, too. I mean, I carry a Sigma. I loved the gun after I fixed it, and I just wanted another one. Basically, same thing. Just throw in a dresser or something. So my gun shop had one. It was priced right, so I just bought it. And my wife may take it over. I don't know. She's wanting one. And if she does, I'll buy me another one. Actually, I was pleasantly surprised with the SD's trigger. It's quite a bit better than the SW was. Huh, shit, it's a world better than the SW was when it was stock. It's not bad at all. Pretty smooth. And it's not very heavy. Probably 6.5 pounds or so.
Okay.
Maybe 7. I don't know. It's not super light, but it's light enough that it doesn't really need to have anything done to it. Not for carry gun. Tell you what, I shot that Ruger 44 Magnum about 30 times. Well, no, that's not right, because son-in-law shot it, so probably 24 times. And my wrist told me I'd had enough. I don't think I'll ever be purchasing a 460 or a 500. I'm too damned old and frail for that, I think.
Doesn't Connery love that big stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and James, who I co-host the morning show with on the weekdays, is really 1-1. And I just want the Ruger for deer hunting, so that's the only reason I bought it. Otherwise, I probably would have never bought a 44 revolver in the first place. But the old lady wants me to deer hunt. I would rather carry a freaking 5 or 6 pound handgun than a 7 or 8 pound shotgun or muzzle loader, which can even be heavier than that. Plus, you can use a holster and walk around with a handgun and not hassle with something slung over your back or something too. And it's just kind of easier on me for doing so. And my gun shop happened to have one laying there, which surprised me.
I'm dead. Oh. Holy shit. I survived that. Wow.
The gun shop in question is actually just a tiny little gun shop in the range. The basic business is a range, and then they put in a little bit of a gun shop that has maybe 100 guns. They had a Super Black Hawk Hunter there. Okay, that's what I want.
Cool.
I initially wanted a 10.5-inch barrel, but I don't think I could have held one up, to be honest with you. The 8-inch job is plenty heavy. kind of glad I went that route instead of just ordering one in and finding out after the fact that I'm going to have to eat Wheaties and lift weights before I can use it. I'm going to try to take my old lady over there next week and let her try out a few different little carry guns and see if we can pick one out for her and get started with getting her set up with concealed carry. She's actually the one that came out just before the election, said we needed to get more guns and ammo, and she wanted to get a gun to carry. And I'm like, okay. And I figured Trump won.
Yes, ma'am.
I figured when Trump won, she'd change her mind, and she's like, no.
Good.
I wasn't worried about the presidency. I think the things that concern me are just the same as they were before. So, yes, I still want a gun. Okay, hon.
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever you want. Money's really no object to a point. Can't buy one more expensive than mine, but
yes, you can.
yeah, she whatever the hell she wants. I think I was looking at a Walther today that's gas activated, and man, the recoil, the slide on that thing is so easy to use. I think that I'm going to try to get her to take a look at that. Because she's a little woman, and while she can run my Smith okay, I want to make sure that she gets one that she can activate and operate fine.
Right.
And also one that she's comfortable shooting and won't shoot it half dozen times and that'll be it. I actually wanted to get her a Glock 26. As I thought, you know, it's a fairly small gun, but still double stack. And she looked at my son-in-law's got a 42, and she said, there ain't no way I want any Glock. Okay. And she told me flat out if I bought her one that was pretty color, she'd slap me with it.
So you bought the pink one?
No, God in heaven, no. I bought a pink CO2 BB gun, pink and black, just because it was cheap and it was decent shooter. It was accurate and the trigger pull wasn't bad. I thought it'd be great for the kids to play with. And she said, if you ever buy me one like that, I'll smack you with it. I'm like, okay, so that little turquoise and black Taurus is out of the question. I'll say one thing. The gun guide, it's kind of a buyer's club.
Yeah.
They got, if you're a club member, which is $40 a year, they got Taurus 709 Slims for $189.
Yeah, a buddy of mine, he said he picked one up for under $200 this week from a local shop.
I thought, God damn, I bought one a year ago used for $250. And I didn't care for it that much. Tauruses really went down in price a lot. But she doesn't want one of those. Well, I'm out of here, guys. It's been a long damn day.
See ya.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
I'm not setting up the match. From today.
So what are you competing in?
This is USPSA. It's basically like running and gun and stuff like that. Oh, let's see, stage 2 GoPro. I shoot a production gun.
So what are you running?
CZ Shadow SPO1, CZ SPO1 Shadow.
Nice. My carry gun is a PO1.
So's mine. I was carrying a Smith & Wesson, the MP9C, and every time I grabbed that, and whenever I would take and practice with it, I was like, this feels weird. So I was like, why the hell am I changing my grip for my concealed carry gun? So I was like, screw it, I'm just going to take and switch to PO1 since I'm so used to shooting that anyway.
How long did it take you to get rid of the grips and the sights on the PO1?
I still have the sights on it. I don't know what rear sight I want on it, but I have a tritium front sight that I still need to put on it. I've had this tritium front sight for several months. I just haven't put it on there.
Yeah, it probably took like 3 days, and then I had a.
How come my stage 3 isn't on here?
Was it the CZ custom grips? And,
oh yeah, I have those as well.
And then I ordered the XS sights.
Okay. Well, I'm so used to running a flattened rear or blacked out rear. I don't want them. So that's what I did. I took black dye and knocked out that white. So I have a white front and nothing back.
Yeah, I took some enamel and I tried, what is it, like Hunter's or like a road construction orange, and that didn't work out at all. So then I repainted them white, and that was a little bit better, but it was still, I still couldn't pick those sights up very well at all. So I ended up getting the XS ones.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just don't want my eye to be brought to that stage 3. Oh, okay. So he was wearing a jacket. Okay. Yeah, I just don't want anything to draw my eye to the end, to the my rear blade.
Yeah, I get it. I don't really notice the because there's a small I guess you'd call it line on the rear sight just below. Mm-hmm. But that front sight is so big you don't even notice it.
Gotcha.
I got real used to the old Sig Sauer sights, and that was kind of like a figure 8 type. So it just seemed to. Yeah, all the newer Sigs are running like 3 dots. and but I have an old German P220, which is it's like the same sight setup, but the rear sight, instead of having the 2 dots up on the top, just below in the middle, there's a single dot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm used to. So the XS sights, was just kind of a natural transition.
I understand that now.
Not a whole lot of options out there for the CZs, though.
Not really. Like, I really want to get a different rear sight, but I really don't know what to get. I mean, I guess I could measure them and go with something close to it. And then just mess with fronts. But that's going to be a lot of money. So
when I was putting the sights on, the rear sight was very, very loose. I didn't have to drift it on at all. I just slid it in there. So yeah, so the set screws and the Loctite are what's holding that thing on. There is no friction fit to it at all.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I don't like that at all.
I mean, they haven't moved, so, but yeah, I would, if you're talking about measuring it, I think there may be some, a lot of variation in the rear dovetail on those, so I would definitely measure that out. My the front sight, I spent a lot of time with a file working that down.
Really?
before I could get it on, yeah.
I have a Meprolite front sight. So
yeah, I spent probably about an hour and a half with a file. I just run a few strokes, try and fit it, run a few strokes, try and fit it. And I sat there for a good while before I got that to fit in there right. And the other thing I did was, because I had to get rid of those rubber grips. The other thing I did was I got Beretta 92 magazine floor plates to put on there to get rid of that rubber floor plate.
yeah, I have two cars, two with the rubber floor plate, and then I bought 2 Metgar ones that have the steel floor plate, and I actually like the rubber one better.
Yeah, the where the steel is sitting at and the way the grip is, I think that would probably be, that steel butt plate would be digging into your pinky, shooting that thing. Yeah, that's what, because I saw those and I thought about that, and I figured out where I was gripping it and everything, and I thought that would be uncomfortable to shoot, so I went with the Beretta 92 floor plates.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to look at those. I didn't know that you could do that.
There is a little bit of play to them, but
that's fine. Now, did you notice that if you have a full magazine in your PO1, the rounds will rattle?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, I haven't thought much about it. I mean, I noticed the rattles there, but I've got like 1,200 rounds through this gun. Reloads, different weights, different brands, everything, and I've not had a single malfunction on this thing. So,
yeah, I'm not worried about it either. I was just wondering. So, yeah, and then if you go, if you just have the magazine and then you rack one in, there's no shaking whatsoever. So,
yeah, I typically rack one in and then top off the mag. So I
same here.
Always see the rattle. I haven't really messed around with it otherwise.
And people are like, "Well, what if people hear that?" I'm like, Do you hear keys rattling? Do you hear change rattling? No, you're not going to hear that rattling either.
Yeah, you're not going to move that much in a holster, you know.
Well, I mean, even if it is in your, it's your everyday carry, people are, oh, what's that rattling? Oh, it must be keys in my pocket or change in my pocket. They're, oh, okay, whatever, and go on. Even though it sounds slightly different, they're not going to notice. They're not going to know. So,
I got to shake it pretty good for it to be noticeable, and I don't move like that, so.
No, for me, just walking, whenever my foot hits the ground, it shakes.
Oh, that's a bit worse than what I've got. Is that with the Met Armads or the factory ones?
Both.
Huh.
But I'm not worried about it. But as soon as you put that first round out of it and have, the 13, it's solid. So.
So what did you go with for a holster with that?
I have, I think, shit. Someone told me about this company, and I was like, I'll try it, and I freaking love it. I don't know what the company is. It's inside the waistband holster. But I can't remember.
I was looking around at holsters for a while, and there's not a whole lot of companies out there, or at least there wasn't when I was looking. There weren't a whole lot that offered factory, just where you could just go in there and select PO1 as an option.
Right.
So I ended up going with Garrett Industries. Their Silent Thunder GT.
Okay.
So I don't know if you've heard of them at all.
No, I haven't.
So it's a Kydex holster, but the inside is lined with leather.
Oh, okay.
So you get an absolutely silent draw. You get all the benefits of leather and all the benefits of Kydex. So you don't have to worry about.
I don't.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't even give care if my guns get scratched up because of a holster. So.
Yeah, it was either something along those lines, or I was looking at the prospect of going down and having another one custom molded, that was expensive for the SIG. Yeah, when they switched manufacturing to New Hampshire, they changed the trigger guard ever so slightly, and it is enough to screw every Kydex holster out there.
That sucks.
Yeah, that my P220, the front of the trigger guard has just a very slight angle to it, where the new ones are more squared off. So it'll fit into just about every 220 holster that's out there, but it won't really lock in. So I had to ride like an hour and a half up north and, hand my gun over to this holster maker for like 2 weeks. So while he, molded the holster to that gun.
Holsters, double layer. Inside, double layer. I don't give a shit if it's double layered. I'm looking for a holster for my side waistband. They don't have SIG choices without rail. It's Blade Tech. Attachments. Do I want to have... I'm trying to think. What color should I have a race holster?
Hot pink.
Well, there's black, tan FDE, blood red, chocolate brown, coyote brown, EMT red, gunmetal gray, hot pink, hunter orange, infantry green, mustard yellow, olive drab, police blue, purple haze, safety orange, safety yellow, Tiffany blue, or zombie green.
I mean, it's all personal preference, but if you ask, I'm going to say hot pink.
I kind of want to go safety yellow. Or some see, I want something, just because like they're guys at the range. They used to pick on a 1911 guy that shot, that he was wearing an old gun, and it was so bad. So I'm like, hey, I'm kind of thinking of the safety yellow just because of just to fuck with them.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Have at it.
Mm-hmm. That or mustard yellow. That'd be even better.
What about mustard yellow? Yeah. Safety yellow, maybe.
I wish they had. Let's see colors. Okay, let's do this. I'll share. Here are the colors. Standard colors. Here's the mustard yellow. Here's a safety.
Oh, the mustard's too tactical.
Okay.
Hey, if you're having fun with it, then I'd go with something bright. Get everybody laughing at you, and then show them up. There you go.
Yeah, like the thing is, I don't want to go pink or orange, because this one guy, he wears kind of like it's really weird. It's an orangish pink shirt. I don't know how it could be like this, but he wears it every now and again, and we rip on him so freaking hard. So I kind of want to stay away from that, because that's his thing.
Well, there's the zombie green.
Red. You don't want to go with red, because then you'll be copying VE.
Yeah, I'm thinking infantry. I mean, purple haze or zombie green or safety yellow. One of these three. Gun channels, if there's anyone out there. Man.
Purple haze.
Purple haze? All right. That's one vote for purple haze. What do you think, Hottie?
That's actually the one that stuck out to me.
All right. Purple haze. Right. Tension screws. With silver knobs for the tension screws. So it's going to be like that. One month from date of purchase, so. No, I'll stop screen sharing now because I don't want you guys to see my credit card.
That was the
Oh,
other.
why not?
That was the other reason I went with the holster that I did.
That's what I was waiting for. Like having my pen in my hand.
Everywhere else was a crazy long lead time to get a holster.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to be shooting it in USPSA for a while because I'm going to have to get a new belt, mag holders, everything, and magazines. I'm going to need probably at least seven magazines. So I'm not in a big hurry.
Well, I was trying to switch from a P220 to something smaller for a carry gun. So
okay, yeah.
if I had time or whatnot, then I would probably not care. But
Grand man agreed with me and Rick, so yeah, it's purple.
I ordered it. So that means
Wasn't Flippy gonna get a purple Prince holster or something for something?
I don't know.
I could have swore he was.
so what's it take to get into something like USPSA?
Safe holster. Magazines your first time. What the hell? Magazines the very first time. Go ahead and do whatever you want. I mean, if you have to pull them from your back pocket, do it. I mean, if you really want to get into it and you don't want to have a whole bunch of money, go out and get Uncle Mike's stuff. It's really cheap. It will work for a while, to see if you really enjoy it, and then go from there.
Yeah, I think that would be the only real issue. Is the only holster I got is inside the waistband.
Ooh. Oh, that's just. Damn it. That's okay. This is another bad thing about USPSA. When you get into it, look at this. A 5-pack. $160 for 1911s.
What does that do for you?
They're metal. I mean, they just make sure that they're absolutely 100% not moving. Some people do CR speeds.
I'd be curious to find out if that really adds to somebody's time. I mean, I could see keeping the magazines at a slight angle being helpful, but other than that,
well, it not only does it keep it at a slight angle, but you could put them exactly where you want them. Like if you do a double mag pouch, you can't have them as close as you want, or you can't space them wherever you want them. So,
I'm sure you can get like Kydex, mag carriers
absolutely.
that are, and I wouldn't see those moving around a whole lot, or $160 for mag pouches is.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, here's one for $27 a piece. On the back, slide holster, adjustment middle end of the magazine. It's open front designs. Keep index finger touching the holster.
Yeah, but then again, $20 is about what you'll pay for, concealed carry ones too. So
it's true. So
You don't see much for CZs though.
A lot of these, like these right here, they're adjustable. You have different plates, and the screw goes front and back. So
I guess that's what you're
there's
paying
plates
for.
in them. Yeah, the adjustments in them, absolutely.
Have you tried?
Like I run Ghost ones that are basically universal because I have springs in them to help keep the magazine where it needs to be.
Yeah, I tried one of those Blackhawk ones, and I was, threw my shirt over it, and I was like, man, this thing is huge. It sticks out a hell of a lot more than the gun does.
Yeah.
So that I took that back.
Right here.
Have you tried
60
anything
bucks.
that's like? Ouch. Have you tried anything?
Go ahead.
Have you tried any like Beretta 92 mag carriers? I mean, because the floor plates work.
No.
So I'm wondering if the mag carriers do.
No idea.
Yeah,
So-
I'm interested now. I may just go out and buy like a Beretta 92 mag carrier and see if that works.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna talk to a guy up in Springfield that but he lives about an hour away from me. I'm gonna talk to him and see, because now that I have the purple holster, whenever I get it in, I'll probably give it to him and say, hey, do you have a Kydex that matches this? And then I'll run that for mag pouches as well.
Well, you can get a color scheme going on. You can go with the safety yellow and the purple haze.
I could be like, any bright color you have, just do it. Just say fuck it, you know.
Oh yeah, everybody will see you. That's for sure.
And I don't give a shit. Red, blue, silver. No. That's a little bit yellow, but a little bit better.
That looks like some kind of construction belt.
Yeah, that's kind of how they are. Yeah.
Should run around with a hard hat on.
It's out of stock. The yellow ones are out of stock.
Apparently, they're popular.
Oh, some stuff. Yeah, you get into some very inventive color schemes, because it's all just fucking with each other half the time. Hold on. All right. Magazine pouches.
Why is there a helicopter hovering above my house?
Okay, these aren't too bad. They're single stack, 32 apiece. And I can go with the blue. That's not bad. Ooh. Because I like these ghost ones. I may get some ghost ones and just put the spacer in it. Because I already love these ghosts, and that's what I currently run. I may just do that.
So you can carry them vertical or horizontal with those?
You can, with the ghost ones, you can either carry them bullets forward or bullets out. And I'll have to get the hanger because I have the hanger. Well, almost. I have this drop piece. Yeah, I'll have to get one of these as well. Wait, no, replacement screws. I'll have to look, and I may just need to get the replacement screws. Yeah, so a full rig will cost you about $269. So, but I don't need a holster anymore. So I think I just need a nylon belt, ghost mags, spacers, yeah, for $20. Yeah, that's all I'll do. Yep. But I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to have to wait till next paycheck. March 4th? March 4th. No way. No freaking way.
Hey, Foos, remember I was telling you about those primers flattening out on some of my first 5.56 stuff?
Yeah.
I'm going to take pictures of those one of these days and send them to you. See what your thoughts are.
Yeah. I won today.
In your match?
Yeah. Overall, I was a winner. This is my second run. I had 85% of myself.
What did you win? Pat on the back?
Yeah. Here's a resident GM. Let's see. I hate that damn thing down there. So I can't go left and right. Oh, he had 2 misses. Ooh, and he caught no shoot. Okay. That's why. Let's see if I won production, though. I did. Because sometimes you could win production and not win, or win overall and not win production. Wait, that's PCC in there. What the hell? Huh. Damn, way down here. Interesting. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out of here. I gotta get to bed. So, catch you guys later.
All right, Foos, take care.
We got 2 chats running tonight.